All the way, you satanic motherfuckers! Fucking happy! You evil, demonic pricks! Get off my goddamn screen right the fuck now!
No, you're gonna have to give a better sign off than that. I'm not approving that sign. You're gonna have to come a better.
What?
Give a better sign off than that.
Get the fuck off my goddamn computer! Now!
Why don't you come over here and make us?
That's easy. That's real fucking easy.
Is it?
Yeah.
Come on over here and make us get off your screen. Is this your last stream, or are we gonna see you on Friday? Serious, in all seriousness.
Good night.
Oh, there he goes. That's what it looks like when Perry shuts down his computer. Anyway. Ugh. Well. Yeah, there's some good thumbnails. Ooh boy. Do you guys like that, or does that when he gets really insane like that? Do you guys enjoy that, or is it just like you're completely fed up? Oh, that's the sound of his thing disconnecting officially. You do like it? Okay. Do I know how to toe the line with him? Yeah. Wow. I've been doing this a minute. Yeah, and you know when he gets that Wolfman scream, you know he's putting it on. That's just nonsense. I'm just trying to figure out. I don't want him throwing away those paintings, though. That's the one thing. I'm sure he won't, but I just want to double check that he's not doing that real quick. Just real quick. Yeah, that's going to be tomorrow's voicemail. I've been shitting all night. He might have turned his phone off.
Please leave.
Hang on, I'm going to call phone number 2. Yeah, he does care about money, and when he sees the money he makes, he's happy. But in the moment, he can't put those two things together. He can't put the two things together in the moment. It's very difficult. Sure, I'll tell you what I'll do. Oh.
This video shows you.
So ring cam died too, so I can't do that. But I'm gonna have to check in with him before. Kara says, like, we could tell he don't care, just wants money, and he depends on us. Man, he needs to be made appreciative of us, and I think you should stream for a week or so and tell him, hey, you didn't want them, so I got them. Yeah, I don't know if that'll work. I don't think people are going to tune into TomB live multiple times a week. But we'll see. Yeah, is it like he gets to a point where it's like like a level 9.2. 10, I know it. 10, we've never got to a 10. We've never had a 10 on the stream. I don't think we've had a 10. I've seen 10s. I haven't got a 10. I know we can get him back. It just, sometimes you got to let him get it out. Sometimes, sometimes my knee-jerk reaction when he's like that is to immediately cut him off. But what I've learned is, and this takes patience, let him get it. Let him get the flare out. Let him get the yelling out. Let him get the, let him get his fake yell out or his real yell out. Let him say what he wants to say. Let him get all his bile out and all that. And then when there's a lull after that, then I talk reasonably and calmly. And sometimes he'll come back, which is what happened tonight. But it's not a guarantee. Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. Tom, I would tune into your stream and donate until you get all of your money back. Well, you'll be donating quite a while if that's the case, but I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll do it. One time I'll try a solo stream or something, but the thing is, I don't know if I could do it on here because maybe I could, but the notifications go out, people expecting Perry, and then they'll come in and see me. So, I'm just trying to get my my phone going to just get in touch with him quick. I know he won't do it, but if he throws those paintings away, I will lose my mind. I will really lose my mind. But I don't think that's going to be the case. By the way, big shout out to Brandon, who sent me $50 through Venmo, and he just puts tip for TomB. I have an offer for next stream, $500 to drink an entire gallon of milk. We can try that one. We'll see. Somebody would have to send the delivery to make that happen because I know this milk's probably already gone. But that's really nice of you. Thank you for the tip. I don't like soliciting tips for myself because I think that's a little cringe, but it's super nice when people do, like Faster Blade did as well. Thank you very much. We'll see how that goes. Yeah. Do solo streams talking Stern? Well, yeah, I could do that. I could talk Stern forever. I could definitely do that. You guys talk amongst yourselves. I'm just going to try ringing him again. Hang on. Yeah, the father's name thing has always confused me. I don't know anything about the father's name. I really, it boggles my mind. I don't know I have no answers on that. I feel like he had some kind of problems with the law or tax evasion or like what's the answer? He changed his name so many times. That's voicemail on that one. I think he turned his ringer off though. That's the problem. You have a painting ready to send? What's your painting, Tim? Yeah, his dad might have been into some shady. Like, why would he change his name that many times? It's not because Perry says it's to get away from his brother, but that doesn't make any sense. Again, Perry's a very unreliable narrator, as we've discovered. Well, I did tell him to turn. He turned the sound off on his phone, right? But then you still heard the notifications. I think he turned his ringer off. Anyway, so I'm just gonna take the chance. Oh wait, hold on. He's calling. Hey, I'll let you go to bed. I just got a quick question.
What now?
First of all, you rallied at the end. That was good.
I'm fucking sick, you bastards. Making me drink all that fucking milk. That's a half a gallon of milk, if not more, you pricks.
Okay, and you got paid for it, Perry. So let's calm down.
What?
You got paid well for it. So don't act like nobody put a gun to your head.
Fucking night now, because of this garbage.
Okay.
Cockfuckers.
That's plural, and there's nobody. It's just you're just talking to me here, okay? So chill.
Yeah, sure.
What are you yeah-shuring about?
Everybody out there is getting off on getting me sick.
No, they're not. No, they're not getting off on getting you sick. Anyway, look, I just wanted to say good night. Okay, we'll talk tomorrow. You're gonna throw? Did you throw the fish away?
The fish away, and I'm throwing the milk away right now.
Okay.
Down the drain she goes.
All right, and on Friday we're gonna announce.
What?
I said on Friday we'll get through all the rest of the mailbag. We'll announce your auctions and we'll start shipping all that stuff off. Okay, so you won't have to worry about it anymore. There's no reason to be unpleasant about it.
I am sick. I threw up twice. You pricks made me fucking puke with all this shit in my stomach.
Okay.
You want me to lose weight? You're gonna fucking make me gain a fucking 1,000 pounds with all this fucking milk in my body.
Milk doesn't make you gain that.
Ass.
Milk does not make you gain weight.
Oh, bullshit, you fuck. God, you're stupid. Good night. Goodbye.
That's how you're gonna end the call? Oh, okay. Anyway. Anyway. I don't believe for a second that he threw up. I don't believe it for a second. Not a second. But milk might be the new fish going forward. Again, it's another wasted fish delivery. I don't think any, did he get any offers for the fish? I don't think he did he? Am I not remembering something? Did I offer something that he didn't do with the fish? Because it's weird that the person who sends the fish doesn't go the extra step to do a fish thing. Like, it's just weird. Oh, bring it back to life. Yeah, that was Dustin, but, right, fill it up with water. Yeah, so I don't know if the fish deliveries do any good. I mean, it gets them worked up just to see it, but fish in the fedora, that's right. Okay, so there were two. Right, okay. Right, it's hard for me to think, do I have to talk to the manager directly? You mean his apartment manager? I've talked to her before. I don't know if that's what you mean. Yeah, the tiny hat. Yeah, okay. So he had a couple of things, but there was no real I think he should have done the tiny hat. I think he should have done that because he doesn't even care about that hat. So he should have done that. Oh man. But yeah. I just wanted to make sure that he should we call Linda now? Somebody says call Linda. It's a little late. I know it's 1 a.m. on the East Coast. I don't think she'd be too pleased to receive a call from somebody she's never heard of asking about Perry. Can I take Perry fishing in New York? I'll tell you the truth. I've never been fishing in my life. I've never been fishing in my life. I went on a fishing boat one time, like a big boat for like a high school trip, but I didn't do any fishing. So I just don't know. I probably wouldn't take him fishing because I've never been fishing. Somebody would have to take me fishing. Tom, you're pathetic. Do you have a job? Yes, you're watching it. You're watching it. He wouldn't have earned the money to revive it, so it wouldn't be funny. I'll tell you the truth. Faster Blade says, can we take Perry to a strip club in New York? I'll tell you something. I've never been fishing. Ever. No, sorry, I've never been to a strip club. Never been to a strip club. I've never been inside a strip club. So that would be a first for me as well. Not that I'm opposed to it. It's just never really come up. I've never seeked it out, so I would do that, but if Sam from Twitch came to the apartment, would Perry fight him? I don't think so. I think he respects Sam enough to I think he respects Sam too much to fight him. Yeah, so let's go fishing. Whoever strip club is a lot more disgusting than fishing. I wouldn't know. I think he throws the fish. Somebody asked, did he put the fish at disposal? I think he just throws it out by the dumpster. It would be really weird if he didn't. Oh, Joe, the guy who said to do a job. It's a Don Harris bit. Sorry, I wasn't following. I'm a little off my kilter the past couple of days. I've had a couple of full days, been not getting great sleep, so if I'm misinterpreting comments, forgive me. Would I ever do a cross-country trip with Perry? Yes, I would, and I think that would be good. So, like, there's a couple of ideas with that came to my mind. There's I need a car because my car was totaled back in December. It was really weird, where like a tree branch fell on it, like the back of it, and like crushed it, like smashed the back window, and so the insurance company totaled it out. So I've been carless since then. I've been borrowing somebody else's car, basically. And also where I live, I don't necessarily need a car all the time. Like New York, you don't necessarily need a car all the time. So I do need to get a new car. And I was thinking of possibly like getting one, not this trip next month, but getting one in like California or somewhere, and then driving it back to New York with Perry, possibly. It was an idea I was toying with. And like a friend of mine suggested a Kia, and I was like, I kind of like Kias. I do. I think they're fine. Corey, come on, you know better than that. But I can't drive a Kia now at this point with the way Perry's trashed it. Like in my mind, it's off the table. I cannot drive a Kia. So I'll think of something. I'll think of something. But yeah, eventually I'll do it. Yeah, not a Shelby. How much time do I have to prep Don and Mo before they call in? I have no time to prep them before they call because I'm doing the show. Sometimes we talk about it before the stream, but I have no time for that. Zero. But yeah, and I apologize. I apologize for the movie talk tangent in the middle of the stream. I just sometimes I just need a break from Perry reacting to comments, and I just recognized from Friday that he was getting hit pretty hard, and sometimes if I find a segue that I can run with conversationally, and I find this too leading up to the a stream, sometimes I'll just get conversational with him, so when he's ready to roll and get on the. Oh, I know some people like it, but I know some people were kind of like, let's move on. But sometimes reeling Perry into conversational mode you'll get like an extra hour out of him, and you'll re-energize him a little bit, because sometimes he'll do the comments for a while without any input from me whatsoever, and then I could see he gets a little lethargic or whatever. So I feel like you just interject a little one-on-one conversation where he's just not reacting to tip comments but reacting to me. It kind of snaps him too. Plus, I found it interesting. I was genuinely interested in it, and then you realize that it's not the it's probably not what people tune into Perry Caravello Live for. But it snapped him back into. It gets him into this. Again, it's like talking to an animal trainer, like ways they can get an animal to kind of do certain things. So just be conversational with him, include him in the conversation, and then it's almost like a reset. Perry Perry saw those Star Wars movies. Somebody says have Perry review all the new Star Wars. He saw them, and I know he did. Is the Big Three podcast going to be done in person again? I don't know. Probably not anytime soon, because Perry refuses to go anywhere. Until he's vaccinated. Yeah, and Amy's right. When Perry gets a conversation mode, he occasionally drops bizarre new stories that we've never heard, and that's true. I still get there. Like last year, I forget when it was. I think it was last summer, and I was just talking on the phone, and he came out with the poop story of the Haagen-Dazs. A pretty big story that no one had ever heard before, and that just came out of conversation with him and getting at, and I don't even remember how it came up, but he started telling the story about how he pooped in his pants and it went on the street, and walking it into Haagen-Dazs. And I remember as I'm hearing that, I'm like, I've never heard this before. This is a new story, I think. And and then so things come out of that. So no, he didn't get vaccinated yet. He's not fully vaccinated yet. Was it on one of his joke cards? I don't know if it was. I don't know. I mean, but anyway, my point is that, sometimes, like, there's new stories he has in him. He has new stories in him. Hero says he mentioned a poop story before during a live event years ago, but nobody picked up on it. That's interesting. What live show was that? Yeah, I think that he's got stories in him. And he talked about it on the Gavin McGinnis show. I don't remember that either. But then again, I don't, I've not listened back to any of that. So you guys have a better memory for the archives than I do. Yeah, there was a videograph of Perry pooping on Hannity. I didn't know if that was related to that story. Huh. Interesting. That's interesting. And it's one of those things too, when he tells a story multiple times, you get little nuggets, and no pun intended, every time he tells it. And you definitely had that with the poop story a couple of times. Amy says there really is an underage bag boy incident too, something about selling drugs out of Albertsons. Boy, I've never heard that one. Really? Wow. Wow. Yeah, he's So what do you guys think I'm going to hear tomorrow? I'm definitely going to get contacted tomorrow. What version of Perry do you think we'll get tomorrow? Do you think we'll get apologetic Perry, indifferent Perry, or will we get defiant Perry, where we are done? I am never doing these again. Do not ask me to do these again. I was puking all night. How dare you? diva version. Shitting all night's a given. We're gonna get the recap, but is it gonna be like, look, dude, I was shitting all night. Okay, I know I was an asshole, but we might get a Defiant one, because I haven't had one of those in a long time. I haven't had a Defiant Perry, like the day after. How did I get involved with Perry? It's a very long story. I'll get into that another time, but a lot of people know it, so I don't want to bore people. But I've known Perry for a long time. He used to message me a lot back on MySpace when he basically thought I was Neil Brennan. My last name is Brennan, and he thought I was Neil Brennan, and that we met each other in the 90s, and I was but it went on from there, and so I've known him. If I count that period, I've known him quite some time. Defiant tomorrow. We'll get 2 days off. So Danko Mai says it pretty good. Defiant tomorrow, apologetic the day after. But is he apologetic after talking to me, or apologetic on his own? Interesting. And I don't believe he pukes. Somebody else saying it's 100% fake. I agree with that. I just don't. I don't think he pukes, because he's drank milk before. He's had milk before, even on the stream. Including milkshakes, if you want to, include that in the milk family, and he's not puked. So, I know it was a lot. You chug anything, it's going to fill you up, and you're going to feel a little weird. But, he got $150 for that. Goddamn. He doesn't put that together. He'll put it together the next day, because he'll see, and then we do our Thursday meeting. We go over, how much he made and everything like that, and he puts it together. But that doesn't last very long, unfortunately. No love for 90s Luke Benson. It's okay. Professional's okay, but I think it's overrated, to be honest with you. It's fine, but there's nothing earth-shattering there, I don't think. Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way. Do I wish that Star Wars was as good as Star Trek? I'll say this. I have an emotional attachment to Star Wars growing up, but I will acknowledge that Star Trek is better. And you can't compare the two, because Star Wars has a few movies, and I'm going to say Star Wars really has 3 movies, if I'm being honest. Star Wars: The Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. Pretty much it. I don't hate the prequels as much as I used to, because the sequel trilogy kind of trumped that, and it just makes them, whatever. But if I go by the fact that there's 3 movies versus how much Star Trek is out there, there's a ton of it. You have the original series, the Next Generation, and then you have the movies, and you have I've never seen Deep Space Nine. It's one of these things I will watch one day. But no, I will say that Star Trek is better, because Star Trek is vaster. It's a much bigger universe. And there's a lot not to like. There's shitty Star Trek too, but there's more good Star Trek than there is good Star Wars. I'll say that. So I kind of agree with you. How many times has Perry accidentally sent me dick pics? A couple of times. I think I talked about the first time. It was very early on when we were texting back and forth, and he sent it, and it was immediately followed with an oops text, and then a couple of times after that, he was screen. Oh man, I think I taught him how to screenshot something, and it was him talking to some fake girl on Instagram, and that was included with the screenshot. And I saw all of the stuff he sent to Randy Gallagher last year, if you guys know what that is. So yeah, so a number of times I've seen it. I can pick it out of a lineup, let's say that. Do I keep tips for TomB? I try to. Yeah, I do, because I can go. I have to literally write them down, honestly, because it doesn't work that way. But you go into the, they all come through Brennan Entertainment, which is my LLC, which is how Perry gets paid, which is funny because Brennan Entertainment was kind of just like a key word, but now it's a real thing. So Yeah, I do, but I'm sure I might miss a couple. But I try to keep more on top of them. I try to keep more thorough notes while doing live. Just wondering, TomB, are you ever really going to do something to make him appreciate the people that pay his bills? Yeah, I mean, look, again, it comes down to that factor of Perry is Perry. Perry is Perry, and you got to acknowledge that. But yeah, he has phases of appreciation and phases like tonight, and that's just who he is. Rogue One was good. Rogue One was okay. I wouldn't say it was great. It was okay. It was okay. It's not something I'm ever going to revisit. It was not terrible. Parts of it felt like Star Wars, but still, better do it. Somebody says Star Trek is trash. Whoa. You think Episode 3 is pretty good? I mean, it's better than the other two, but it's still bad. Voyager. It's funny. I only watched Black Mesa's Voyager is trash. I only watched Voyager for the first time about 4 years ago. Never had seen it before because I didn't watch it when it was out because I thought it was trash. Yeah, I love Red Letter Media's reviews on Star Wars and Star Trek too. I think they're off on Star Trek, to be honest. Like, they give a bad review of First Contact. Are you kidding me? But they're right on the money on the prequels. Perry never accidentally sent Tom a dick pic. They're intentional. I'll say this about the prequels, though. I mean, they're over 20 years old now. Well, the first two are, and I think you might be able to make a more palatable film out of them. It's funny, like how the Star Wars. This is a slight Star Wars detour, but how Star Wars had the special editions that came out in the late 90s, and that was the 20th anniversary of Star Wars, and they put all that really cringe CGI in it, and it looks so dated now. That's the other thing I hate about 90s films is 90s CGI is garbage. Like, you guys, everybody watching this right now can do better CGI on their home computer than cinematic CGI in the 90s. It doesn't hold up. It looks like garbage. So I would go back into those movies, and I would 2 and 3 I would transfer to film because they look too digital, but with all green screen stuff, like throw away all the special effects, all the digital CGI, and then redo them with practical effects, and also get some different takes, get some alternate cuts, alternate cues, trim some stuff out, add some stuff in. And maybe you'll have a halfway something, at least something better than we have. But that will never happen, of course. Mandalorian's okay. I think I still haven't seen season 2 of Mandalorian, even though I know what happens in it. And I had friends like, oh my God, you'll love Mandalorian because, Luke Skywalker comes in, and they're like, it's fine, but it's too little, too late for me. It's too little, too late. It's, I think it's unforgivable what they did to Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi. Unforgivable. There's no going back for me unless they... And also, if Mandalorian, they haven't made clear in Mandalorian, is this all leading to the sequel trilogy, or are they retconning the sequel trilogy? Because if they're retconning the sequel trilogy and getting rid of it like it never happened, then I'm in. Then you'll have me back. Star Wars is like... it's like that abusive husband. Like, he comes home and he hits me, but he had a hard day and I kind of deserved it. And then like, okay, I'm done with that. I'm never gonna let that happen again. And then something else comes out, like, I'll give him one more chance. He really didn't mean it. And that's how I feel with my relationship is with Star Wars. Every time I give it another chance, it just rips my heart out. But, yeah, I don't know. So if Mandalorian's leading up to Luke Skywalker drinking blue milk and being a coward and dying for being out of shape, I'm done. I'm not getting into that. If Mandalorian makes it clear that they're not going that way and they are going in a different direction, then I'm in. But I'll wait to see if that happens. I'm not supporting anything that adds credibility to that sequel trilogy. I don't. You can put all the Luke Skywalker CGI in there you want. You're not gonna get me. Not gonna get me again. Yeah, all the re-releases are. Look, all the re-releases of the Star Wars movies are obscene. It's digital graffiti. It's like going into the Louvre and spray painting a palm tree behind the Mona Lisa. You're basically And again, look, George Lucas was mentally ill when he did that to these films, and not to offer. So, but thankfully, you can get very good versions of the originals in high definitions, and they look great. If you know where to look. If you don't know where to look, hit me up. I'll put you in the right direction. That's the only versions I look at. I watch. I don't see any, and I'm not bothered by the CGI of Star Wars. Gonna send Perry a Ray Skywalker shirt for mailbag. Yeah, boy, that might be triggering for me, Mark. I'll be honest with you, but that should be interesting. Yeah, Luke was sad, and I'll tell you what. I'll get off the Star Wars tangent, but I'm of the age where I grew up with Star Wars. It was my thing. It was a lot of people's thing, but I was the right age. And Luke Skywalker is my favorite character in all of fiction. Not just my favorite character in Star Wars, not just my favorite film character. In all of fiction, any book I've ever read, any comic book, any film, any television show, my favorite fictional character ever. And I cannot abide by what these people did to him as a character. It's unforgivable. And now if they find a way to undo that and go down a different path, they'll have me back. But until I have 100% concrete proof of that, no way. Honshu says, I've given up Star Wars by the prequels, watched Force Awakens and The Last Jedi out of morbid curiosity, and then came to the conclusion that I just don't care about Star Wars anymore. I never will. Not watching the shows Rogue One or the video games past. Yeah, I get it. And then they overdid it. That's the other thing. They oversaturated the market. They killed the golden goose. Disney bought, by the way, can you think of a worse company than Disney to buy Lucasfilm? They bought it, and then they just shit it out like constantly. And they ruined it for everybody. Star Wars is supposed to be special. It's supposed to come out, and by the way, the movie's supposed to come out every 3 years. They had them out every year. There was Force Awakens came out. The next year was Force Awakens. The next year after that was The Last Jedi, and I think what was it 2? And then they had that Solo crap, and then so you had a film every year. It's oversaturating the market. It's Marvel can probably pull that off. But Star Wars can't. You got to know the property that you're driving. It's terrible. That'd be like if I came on with Perry 7 days a week. Oh my God, that would kill me. But you're oversaturating it. You saw Star Wars in the drive-in at age 5 and you fell asleep 10 minutes in because you were a dumb, tired kid. Yeah. Prometheus and Covenant are terrible Alien-verse movies. I agree with that. Garbage. The movie Tombstone is great. I saw Tombstone Christmas Eve I think it came out Christmas Day, but I think I saw a preview like Christmas Eve. Or was it Christmas Day? It might have been Christmas Day, which is rare for me. I very rarely would go to movies Christmas Day. Anyway, I saw it when it came out, December 1993. And the thing about Tombstone, which is interesting, is there's a guy credited with directing it. I forget what his name offhands. It's like a Greek name. He directed the second Rambo. And the reason why Kurt Russell wanted him as director is he actually talked to Stallone about it. And Stallone basically ghost directed the second Rambo and had this guy's name on it. And Kurt Russell basically directed Tombstone and had this guy as the figurehead director. But apparently it was like cut up to death. And Kurt Russell has said on record that he has like a 3.5 hour, 4 hour version of Tombstone that he would love to put out one day. But unfortunately, I think it was Hollywood Pictures that put that out. I don't know who owned the rights to it now, but it would probably take like a massive undertaking to get that done. But again, it's one of those movies where if I look at it and I'm like, I wonder what the extended cut would be, because I've heard multiple people say that there's a lot more film for that movie that they just didn't use, and it's amazing. And the movie's great on its own. The theatrical version's great, but I would like to see the extended cut get some life one day. Thrawn trilogy will always be the real sequel trilogy. Yeah, again, and that's Thrawn is a great character, and I remember reading those books when they came out. I actually wanted to. I know they redid the audiobooks a few years ago. I'd like to get those, cleanse my palate of the sequel trilogy. That's good. That's good Star Wars there. That is, and that shows you how good the Thrawn character is. Is they actually brought Thrawn back into the Disney verse. Somewhat in books and in the that cartoon they did, and that killed them because one of the reasons why they got rid of the expanded universe is they simply don't want to pay the money, because if they have to use these characters in films, they have to pay the money to the authors and all that, and that's why they got rid of the expanded universe. Because like, oh no, let's do our own thing because then we don't have to pay any money. And let's just get a Mary Sue in there who's the bestest Jedi ever to take care of things. My opinion on Blade Runner. It's funny you say that. My opinion on Blade Runner has fluctuated over the years, and I was talking to a friend of mine via text message. Because we were talking about it was Harrison Ford did that thing at the Academy Awards. I haven't seen the Academy Awards like in over 20 years, but there's a thing that Harrison Ford was reading notes, like producers' notes or studio notes from Blade Runner. So that's why it was on our brain, and we were going back and forth. And I think I've come full circle with Blade Runner, where I prefer the theatrical version rather than the extended version now. But there was a period of time where I found Blade Runner boring when I was younger. And then later, watching it as an adult, I really appreciate it more. I think, I will say this, and this might be blasphemy, I think Harrison Ford's a little miscast in it, because I don't think he does a terrific job, and I don't think he does... I don't know. I'd have to watch it again. It's been about 10 years since I've seen it, but Harrison Ford kind of sleepwalks through Blade Runner. But I prefer the theatrical. I like the voiceover. I think the voiceover works. I think in the director's cut, when you don't have the voiceover, it's odd. Like there's way too much other time spent on like visual effects and stuff. And I don't like Deckard as a replicant. I don't believe that, and I don't I don't love the narration. Because I think his narrations is cold, but I think it, in a way, it works for the Norrish thing they were going for. You know what I like? I'd like a cut where you take the good stuff out of the theatrical, keep most of the good stuff from the theatrical, and keep some stuff from the director's cut. But yeah. Yeah, Deckard being a replicant is garbage, but I'll tell you what, I like the sequel. I like the Blade Runner sequel a lot, and I feel like the sequel kind of retconned that, the Deckard being a replicant stuff. So I really like this. I was surprised at how much I liked the sequel. I thought it was great. It looked and sounded great. And Richter Hauer is by far the best thing about Blade Runner, by far. He's captivating in every scene. My favorite sequel, you mean other than The Empire Strikes Back, which is the standard answer? The usual stuff, I will say. No surprises. I like Aliens a lot. Two Jim Cameron movies, sequels, and Terminator 2. I think Terminator 2 is probably it's everything a sequel should be. Where you take it's not just a remake of the first movie. You take the stuff that's laid down in the first film, and you break it open and go deeper into the world building. I do like Psycho 2, but I wouldn't say that's in the running for best sequel. You seem like the type of guy that likes the movie Hook with Robin Williams. No, let me tell you about that. I saw the movie Hook in the theater, and I almost walked out. It was so bad. Ugh, that movie's terrible. And that's like, you can talk about Back to the Future 2. No way. Sorry. I am one of these people. I don't like it when people say the Back to the Future trilogy is the best thing ever. No. I do like Weekend at Bernie's too. Back to the Future is one of the best movies ever. The sequels, not so much. Now, they're fine, and they're good postscripts. They're great epilogues to that movie, but they're not on the same level. They're not on the same level. They're just not. The 2 and 3 have their merits, and they also have their flaws. What I hate about 2, Back to the Future 2, I hate recasting in movies. I hate recasting, and I hate Elizabeth Shue, who's a very talented actress, is god awful in Back to the Future 2 and 3 for the small part that she's in. And she's horrible. And I understand the original actress who didn't want to play the Jennifer Parker part, didn't want to do the movie, so they were stuck between a rock and a hard place because they have the fucking character in the car at the end of the first movie, so you have to have the character. You have to have her in there, but the recasting was diabolical. She is fucking horrible. Elizabeth Shue in that movie takes me right out of it. But the more unforgivable than that is not having Crispin Glover in the film. And, I know there was dispute there with salary, but fuck that movie for what they did to George McFly, who is the same, who's really, if you say Rutger Hauer is the best part about Blade Runner, you almost have to say Crispin Glover is the best part of Back to the Future. He, all credit due to Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd. Crispin Glover is insanely good in that movie, and they screwed him over for the sequel, and they have this guy using his facial prosthetics from the first movie, so they're trying to trick the audience into thinking Crispin Glover's in it. The guy even sounds like it, but worse than that, this is the most unforgivable thing about Back to the Future 2 for me, is that they revert back to frail, weak, nebbish George McFly in the sequel, where it's far into the future, and he's kind of a pathetic old man. He's upside down in some gadget fixing his back because they don't want the audience to know it's not Crispin Glover. Unforgivable. And the whole arc of the first movie, all the payoffs is his father, who was this guy who was pushed around all his life, Marty McFly's father, at the end of the movie becomes a real man, a confident man. He's got a nice life, a nice family. He's a published author, and he comes into his own, and he's not a guy to be pushed around anymore. Then you see him in part 2, where it's 30 years in the future, and he's just like this frail old man. And to me, even when I was a kid and I saw that, I was like, fuck that. Fuck what you did to George McFly. The whole first movie builds him. I feel the same way about Alien 3, what they did to Michael Bihn's character. The whole film, and the little girl, Newt, and then the first act of the first movie, oh yeah, they're dead. Fuck that. I'm sorry. So I can't get past that. I cannot get past that in Back to the Future Part 2, what they did to George McFly. Cannot get past it. He's a major element of the first movie that's kind of just used as a gag in the sequel, and I don't like that. I prefer Part 3. I prefer Part 3. Part 3 is not that bad, although what's her name? The one who plays Clara Clayton is pretty bad in it. She's not a bad actress. She's good in other things. Yeah, of course I've seen Crispin Glover. Yeah, and Crispin Glover, he's good in everything he does. He's good in Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th Part 4 or the final chapter. He's good in. He's it's trash, but it's Mary Steenburgen, right? Mary Steenburgen overacts in Part 3, and she takes me out of it. And also, by the time Part 3 comes around, they go a little too far with Michael J. Fox playing his own relatives. I even hated that in 2 as well. When Michael J. Fox is playing his daughter, his son, and his older self, it gets a little gaggy. And then the same thing with Part 3, where it's he's playing his Irish relative. It's okay, can we get away from Michael J. Fox playing his own relatives to death? I mean, it's fine, but there's more things I like in 3 than I like in 2. But I get very annoyed when people consider the 3 movies to be equally as good, and they say, oh, the Back to the Future trilogy is... No, the first movie's great. 2 and 3 have problems, but they're fine epilogues if you take it for that. But fuck, give me a break with that, Part 2 bullshit. Back to the Future 3 isn't that. I don't think it is. It's Back to the Future 3 isn't that bad. I don't think it is that bad. I just think it's overrated. Not overrated. I just don't think it's just not. It's compared to the first movie. It's just not that. It's not that good. Do I like David Lynch? I like pockets of David Lynch. I don't. He just goes a little too much. I don't like movies that are too weird for the sake of being weird. But I like some David Lynch. Some I can do without. But I don't. I wouldn't call myself a David Lynch fan. But I don't dislike him either. I don't dismiss them. I usually watch a David Lynch movie. Like, he's one of the directors where, like, you'll see the movie just because you respect him, whether or not you even, love it or not. Should they have just killed Biff to solve their problems? Yeah, and that's the other thing, too. Like, the guy who plays Biff is, like, all his relatives. The guy who plays the principal is, like, his relative, too. Like, he's in the Old West, and it's just, it gets a little too gimmicky. Whereas the first movie didn't have gimmicks. It was just a good movie. And the first movie had payoffs. And 2 and 3 just had gimmicks, and they used your love of the first movie to sell you something. It's like, remember this part in the first movie? Well, here you are again. The one thing I'll say about 2, which was interesting, which I don't think has ever been done, the Avengers Endgame did this very well. But I love the idea of going back in time into the previous movie. Like, you're basically going through the events of a movie you've already seen, but from a different angle. And I did appreciate that. That was very creative and well done. And Endgame did that as well, very effectively. I don't know if too many other movies have done that, where you go into the previous film. And again, it's indulgent, like, and you're going off the love that people had for that first movie. I like Under Siege 2. I like Under Siege 1. The only 2 Steven Seagal movies that are worth a damn to me. Under Siege 1 and Under Siege 2. Under Siege 2 is kind of like a joke. And I like The Rock. Yeah, well, of course, you like The Rock because Sean Connery's in it. Sean Connery's not in that movie. It's and Ed Harris is very good in it. But if The Rock doesn't have Sean Connery, it's not watchable. But it's watchable in like a popcorn way. You can't judge it against like other things. Yeah, Under Siege 2. Don't give me any. See, I tried to watch Twin Peaks: The Return, and it just did my head in. I couldn't get through it. It was insufferable to me. Maybe I'll watch it again. Under Siege 2 is fun to watch now because I like, again, there's a ton of movies that came out in 95, 96. It's just when the internet went mainstream, when everybody has like AOL or Netscape or whatever. If you go back that far, when the internet first became a thing, all these movies, they overdid it with all the computer internet flair, and the guy, is it Eric Bogosian who plays the villain in 2? Like, he's like this super whiz, and I just like all the shitty like graphics he has on the screen. Like, he does this thing where they tap on the keypad and they're doing all these amazing things. Oh, I've hacked into this and that, and I always like shitty tech, like where they're basically like, oh yeah, this is what the internet is, and like the midnight, like the movie Hackers is another one, or Virtuosity, or The Net with Sandra Bullock, like all these bullshit like internet inspired movies. Broken Arrow, I remember seeing when it came out, but I have no memory of it at all. I think I talked about Caddyshack last time, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. Under Siege, Out for Justice, or Above the Law. Under Siege, by a mile. And Under Siege is a die-hard ripoff, clearly. Again, we talk about game changers. The definition of a game-changing film is if you have clones. And, of course, Die Hard had 1 million clones. Under Siege being the best by far. Thoughts on Christopher Nolan and the Batman trilogy. I love Christopher Nolan. He's one of my favorite directors, but he's guilty of... I didn't like Tenet. I think it exhibited all of his self-indulgences in one film. The Batman trilogy I liked, but if I'm being honest, Batman Begins, the first movie, is the best because as good as The Dark Knight is, it's too much kitchen sink in it where he throws everything at you. It's exhausting. The movie's exhausting. It's an exhausting movie. I felt exhausted when I saw it in the theater. Like I'd just been through something. Like, oh my God, and then the third one even more so. But they're good. They're good. They're not the best. Yeah, Sinatra was the first pick for Die Hard because there's a Sinatra film that is technically the precursor to Die Hard. I forget the name of it. He plays a detective. Basically, it was a series of books, and John McClane was basically Frank Sinatra. I forget the movie. It's a 70s movie. Sinatra did when he's older. Clint Eastwood, I think, was also asked to do Die Hard. Tarantino, Gary, is my favorite director. Hands down, my favorite director is Quentin Tarantino. And he's another one that commands attention, even though I don't love everything he's ever done. I don't love Kill Bill 1 and 2. I like Fright Night 1. Some Fright Night 1 or 2. Fright Night 1, but Fright Night 2 is not to be dismissed. It's a very good horror sequel. And Fright Night is obviously made great by Roddy McDowall. If Roddy McDowall isn't in either one, they're not watchable. Yeah, that's right. Hero says Django sucks. I kind of agree with you. I think Django is not as good. And I think casting Christoph Waltz in there was a little indulgent coming off of Inglourious Bastards. You didn't like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is my favorite Tarantino. Hands down, close the door. That's it. I have a hard time understanding people that don't like that film. Never saw Basic Instinct 2. Didn't that come out like years after? I don't even remember when that came out, but I remember it being talked about for a long time. The best Christmas movie is probably, even though I'm sick to death of it, it's probably A Christmas Story. Is probably the answer to that. But I'm not big on Christmas movies. Because they're so dated. You can only watch them for like 3 weeks out of the year. And then if you watch them out of that window, they're weird. Yeah, Django is really weak. I'm really looking forward to the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood book that's coming out in June. Particularly the audiobook version. I wonder who's going to be... They haven't announced who's going to be reading it. But if it's like Kurt Russell or something, that would be amazing. And Kill Bill, I think the reason I don't like it is I don't like that genre. I don't mind him rewriting history. I think it's great because it's not rewriting history. He's not saying like this is what my version is what happened. He's basically saying it's the same thing with Inglourious Bastards. He's basically saying if this character, like Rick Dalton, Leonardo DiCaprio's part, if Rick Dalton really lived next door to Sharon Tate, this is the way things would have gone. If Rick Dalton was a real guy, this is how these events would have played out. If he was a real guy. So obviously he wasn't a real guy, so they played out differently. But if he was a real guy, this is how history would have changed. And I really respect that. And I just, I like guys that go against the grain and say, like, you know what, I know this is what I'm supposed to do. This is the template of a screenplay, and it's supposed to have this and this, especially if you're basic. Perry says he met Rick Dalton in Palm Springs. I'll post that thing on Patreon. I still haven't done that. What do I think of Daniel Craig? Late to the stream, what do I think of Daniel Craig as Bond? I didn't like him when he was announced. I remember when he was announced, and I think everybody, like, there was websites against Daniel Craig. It was like notmy007.com and shit like that. They had websites for him that were like, they didn't want, because he was blonde haired, he didn't fit the profile. James Bond is supposed to be 35, jet black hair, piercing blue eyes, and that's what Ian Fleming described him as, and as pretty much he's been cast throughout. But and then Casino Royale changed that opinion of everybody who saw that film changed their opinion real fucking quick when they saw that, because you flew Daniel Craig? Is he? I've heard mixed things if he's a cool guy or not, but I really like, but the problem with Daniel Craig as Bond is he only has one great movie, and that's Casino Royale. The follow-up to that, Quantum of Solace, garbage. Skyfall is okay, but it's overrated. It's got a ton of flaws. And Spectre is just a fucking can of shit. So unfortunately, it's not him. It's the writers and the producers that let him down. But he came out that Casino Royale when that was over. I was so excited to be for the next what was going to happen with this Bond for the next 10 possibly 20 years, and look what happened. It just didn't. They took their sweet time. But Bond movies should be pumped out once every 2 to 3 years. That was always the track. And then this one didn't. Lost his plane in the aircraft. He lost his phone. Oh, had to rip it apart to find it. That's funny. I don't know. Did Daniel Craig and Anthony Cumia shoot guns together? Possibly. Yeah. I'm not a Daniel Craig fan outside of that. Like I don't care about him outside of Bond, but he only has Casino Royale, unfortunately. Can I start yelling through Perry's apartment? I could, but I don't want to do that. Like it's an emergency. James Bond needs to go back to the 60s. It doesn't work in modern day. That's a great point, but I don't see them ever doing that. I never saw Layer Cake. There Will Be Blood is a good movie. This person said, I like There Will Be Blood. I only saw it one time in the theater. So it's kind of like No Country for Old Men, which came out around the same time. I only remember it from seeing it in the theater. I never revisited it. No, there's no way Connery was playing 30. Well, Connery was young enough in the first movie. By the end of his stretch, Connery's also one of these guys that aged poorly. So by the time you get to his last film, he's looking rough. And I'm not counting Never Say Never Again. I mean, like Diamonds Are Forever. He's just maybe I could see that Cumia and Daniel Craig shooting together. Here it says, Bond movies used to be groundbreaking. They pioneered stunts, built the world's biggest sets, came out with shit nobody saw before. They stopped doing that. Yeah, when Bond movies became shit, it's around the time that those the Matt Damon movies, those Bourne movies, which are okay, but then all of a sudden like Bond tried to be like that. Like, the quick cutting action scenes. I was like, no. You don't. Bond doesn't copy other movies. Other movies copy you. What are you doing? Like, why are we now copying other movies? I also think the thing that ruined Bond movies is stunt casting, where you get a flavor of the week person that's hot for a minute, and then this is the new bad guy, like the guy that's in the next movie that we'll probably never see that they keep pushing back, the guy who was in the Freddie Mercury the movie. He's the bad guy. It's like, that's bullshit. Like the guy in Skyfall, they cast him in Skyfall as a bad guy because he was good in No Country for Old Men. But I don't know. It strikes me as stunt casting, and I hate stunt casting. That's why Casino Royale is so good. There's no stunt casting in that movie. It's all serious, like really good. Everybody in that movie is great, and it's the best Bond girl and things. And yeah, and also, but that's the thing about all stunts in movies is that how can you when's the last time you saw a movie with stunts that you've never seen before? Like, oh my God, like I've never seen that before. It's Rami Malek's the guy I was thinking of. What's the last movie that came out? Because it just seems like everything's been done before, and I think movies are so stupid. They're still trying to do these over-the-top digital effects that they think is going to wow audiences, and we're kind of tuned to it. We're kind of like we're not wowed anymore. We're not like blown away. I'll be blown away by once in a while. I'll be Batman with the airplane probably. Yeah, I mean, but maybe, but. Look at that opening scene in Casino Royale. Not the cold open, but when he's like chasing that whole foot chase in the beginning of the movie. God damn, that's fucking amazing. It's fucking amazing. I remember seeing it in the theater, be like, wow, this is fucking groundbreaking. But I'd be hard pressed to think of anything else, past that movie in a Bond movie that I thought was like, wow, that's groundbreaking. Snoo Drawing says, I can't bring myself to sit through 2001: A Space Odyssey without falling asleep. I had that opinion for a very long time. And then last year, I saw it in the theater. I think I've said that before, and it changed my opinion. I think if you're going to see 2001 for the first time, go to a friend who has an enormous TV or a home theater setup, or see it in an actual theater if you're lucky enough to get it to run, because it'll blow you away. That's the way it's meant to be seen. As big of a screen as possible with great sound, and you'll be absorbed into it. And you can't watch 2001 like you're watching Star Wars. This is the thing, when you watch older movies, you gotta put yourself in the mindset of somebody from that time. What would a patron seeing this in 1969 think? Yeah, I saw it at the Westbury Theater. That's right, Chad. Yeah, I saw it. I saw 2001 at the Regal Westbury in the IMAX screen, and I went by myself because nobody else would go with me. And I saw it like a 10:00 show. Like last fall. Was it last fall? I think it was last fall. That's where I saw it in the IMAX screen, and it was amazing. But you got to see it. There's some movies you just have to see on a big screen. I know it's overrated, but you have to see it on a big screen. And you got to take away all the movies that you've seen over your lifetime. Yeah, me too. Yeah, center seat, back row. That's where we might have been at the same screening. You got to take away the fact that you've seen all these other movies. You got to eliminate all these other space movies out of your brain, and try to put yourself what somebody saw in that. See, that's what makes a movie like Gone with the Wind great. Even though you watch it now and it seems kind of like boring and stuff, but picture yourself watching that in 1939. Same with Wizard of Oz. Wizard of Oz is an amazing. If you put yourself in that mindset, it's 1939. You're watching a black and white film that all of a sudden turns color. It's incredible. It's incredible. It really is. And now that's like cheesy and tacky, but you gotta take all that stuff away. And when you watch a classic television show, or they don't all require that. Some are just good, but for movies that require a little bit more, it's expected of you to. Yeah, and Wizard of Oz is another great theater. And I'll tell you a theater movie that you have to see. And I saw the guy who said the Westbury Theater. I saw this at the Westbury Theater last fall too. I took my dad to see Lawrence of Arabia, and if you ever get the chance to see that on a big screen, I could not recommend that highly enough. It's almost a crime to watch that. And even I don't care if you have an 80-inch TV, it doesn't do it justice. You have to see it on as big a screen as you could possibly find, and it's just masterful. It just looks so good. As do Hitchcock's movies. Somebody said. Data just said, like, I think I saw North by Northwest a couple of years ago. Opening scene of Lawrence of Arabia's. Yeah, I love that overhead shot. I love the music. I love everything about it. It has an intermission. The second half of Lawrence of Arabia, nowhere near as good as the first half, but still very good. Yeah. I have to work at 6 a.m., passed out at 10 p.m., woke up 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I actually don't have to wake up early tomorrow, but I'm not going to stay on all night. But I don't have to, for the first time, I don't have to wake up early tomorrow. I've had to wake up early both Monday and today. But tomorrow I can sleep in a little bit. I'll tell you the one thing I don't like about North by Northwest is the very, very, very last scene is a little tacky, and it gets a laugh if you see it in a crowd in a theater. And it's Cary Grant. Not to spoil anything, but Cary Grant's with this woman. They get he gets the woman, and they're on a train, and they start kissing, and then you see the train go through a tunnel. And it just plays like that Naked Gun montage, where it's like so obvious and heavy-handed, and it kind of takes me out of it, because it's like, wow, Alfred Hitchcock going for the real obvious metaphor here. It's like the train going right in the tunnel, as it says the end, and it's just it's too much of a quick transition, and I hate to recut the classics, but if I could recut anything in that movie, that would be it, because everything else looks great, but there's certain like scenes that take me out of a movie. Doris Day is amazing. She's amazing in The Man Who Knew Too Much. She's not in North by Northwest though. I forget the woman's name from that. See, Orson Welles, is one of those guys that there's nobody that really loves all of his stuff, but is somebody that you respect. I like Orson Welles as a person, like a talk show guest or a talk show host, more than I like him as a filmmaker or actor. Like I like late Orson Welles, but and I like Citizen Kane for, you know, the technical achievements, but it's not, you know, people always criticize Citizen Kane because, oh, people always say it's the best movie. They're not saying it's the best movie narratively. They're saying it's the best movie, you know, because it invented a lot of things camera-wise and did a lot of stuff like that, which it did. Third Man is so... And Lady from Shanghai I've never seen, actually. But Third Man, phenomenal. He's great at that. Do you know that there was a Third Man television series that extended the story from the thing, and it aired in the early 60s, and one of the guys in it was... what's his name? I forget his name. He's the guy who played, and again, this is not my generation, it's just, I'm going back a ways. It's gonna come to me in a minute. What's his name? Jonathan Harris. It was gonna take me a beat. Jonathan Harris, who's the guy who played Dr. Smith in the original '60s Lost in Space, was in the TV series, but you can't find it anywhere. I've always looked for, like, I've seen like YouTube stuff, but I've always wanted to see that TV series. I'm also fascinated by TV series that are based on movies, mostly the bad ones, like the ones that nobody remembers, like the really bad ones. But there's good ones too, obviously. Oh, I've seen Samurai Cop. Who are you talking about? Who are you talking to? I've seen Samurai Cop. I know all about Samurai Cop. I'm at the age, though. Good night, Kurt. I'm at the age where I can't knowingly invest my time into bad movies anymore. So my free time is valuable, and I don't get to watch movies a lot. And if I'm going to watch a movie, it's got to be a good movie. The Blazing Saddles TV show is brutal. Yeah, but that's an interesting story. The Blazing Saddles TV show was made out of spite. It's the first spite show because I forget the studio. Was it Universal that put that out? But Mel Brooks had a clause in Blazing Saddles, like the contract or whatever, where he never wanted to do a sequel. So he put all these things in there to prevent them to do a sequel. And he basically said that if there's ever to be a sequel to Animal House, you first need to make a TV show. I'm paraphrasing this. I don't know word for word, but there's like actually a pretty cool YouTube documentary on it. Yes, there are recordings of original Perry prank calls, but obviously I don't own them. Somebody else does. Hopefully it'll come out at some point. But anyway, so Mel Brooks made this deal where he's like, yeah, you got to make a TV show, and it's got to be X amount of episodes. So Universal made this TV version of Blazing Saddles, and I don't think it ever aired on TV. I think they released it on the Hats Off Entertainment on YouTube. Yeah, I watch that all the time. Yeah, the guy's a little bit of a bore narratively, but he does really good stuff. I just watched him do the thing on the Pink Panther movies, which I never liked, but I liked his take on them. But anyway, so Blazing Saddles, they basically produced a show that nobody would ever see. I think only the pilot is on the DVD, if I'm not mistaken. But they made like 3 seasons worth of Blazing Saddles, and Lou Gossett Jr. starred in it, and they made they made all these episodes that no one's ever seen. Like, and the people making the show knew that they were making a show that nobody was seeing. They just made the show to good night, Henrik. They just made the show to try to get a sequel going, and by the time the show was done, they didn't care about the sequel anymore, and that fell apart. But yeah, there's and they say like everything about it was terrible. The scripts were terrible because nobody was writing it nobody was writing this show like seriously. They knew basic. Can you imagine the writer's room of a show that's being done for spite? Like they knew nobody was ever going to see it. So then they're sitting there in a library somewhere, some kind of archive. There is like, look it up, because I don't want to give out false information, but I feel like there's at least a good number of episodes of the Blazing Saddles TV series that have never been aired. No one has ever seen them. But these people, there's photos of them. Like, these people showed up to work every day on the set of a TV show that no one was ever going to see, and the studio spent a little bit of money on it. It was on the back lot, and the actors were hired, and it's fascinating that look it up, because maybe we'll talk about it more extensively, because I don't want to talk off the top of my head, because when I learned about it, it was a long time ago, and I'm sure I'm missing all the facts. Red Bar is a spite show, yes, but I can't think of a spite show that predates Blazing Saddles, which was done much to Mel Brooks's chagrin. He hated the fact that they were doing it, but they were going by what was stipulated legally. They had to do that. So fucking crazy. I had a YouTube channel. Somebody said I need to make a YouTube channel. I explained this. I had a YouTube channel years ago. I was a YouTube. I have one now, but I don't really use it. But I had a YouTube channel where I was putting out content, and it was mainly, I was doing like audiophile reviews. I was like doing headphone reviews and stuff. And then my channel got killed. It was around that Wild West era where basically everybody was putting out stuff, and I got burnt by it, because I had some like clips of films and stuff like that out of context, and like you get 3 strikes and you're out, and I get 2 strikes on the same video that I tried to appeal. I got so burnt by it, and then eventually I created another YouTube account, but I don't. I don't like Grottos, Jord. Grottos, though, was my first expensive headphone that I ever had, and I was disappointed in them when I got them. I thought that was going to be like my end game headphone, and I got, they're made out of, for people who don't know, they're really expensive headphones, and they have these wood cups. Just I listen to Red Bar Show because you talked about how to stop listening to a lot of podcasts before I can't stand politics. It's fake and gay. Yeah, if you listen to Red Bar, you're going to stop listening to basically every other podcast you listen to. Yeah, I've spent more than 1.7K on headphones, R&B, regretfully. That's what you do in that hobby. But you don't keep them all. Like, you find that perfect headphone for you. And right now I have 2 that I really like, a closed headphone and an open headphone. And the open ones that I went with were the Sennheiser HD 800S, because I like it gives you a big open sound stage, kind of like you're in the room or something. And I also meant to, it's an expensive hobby. Being an audiophile is a fucking curse, because then you're into expensive speakers, you're into expensive gear. Yeah, Red Bar points out how fake everything. I'll tell you what, if you're a Red Bar fan, he's going on live tomorrow. Tomorrow should be a really good Red Bar, because he's covering one of my favorite fools who showed up in the stream tonight under a tip comment, Joe Matarese, who had a documentary recently put out on him by Porcelain. I had the HD 650s, and they are good enough. And I've tried planar magnetic headphones. They're not for me, only because you just have to buy you can't take them with you. You got to have specific amps for planar magnetic, and the same. What's the other one that I'm not thinking of? The other style of headphone. My brain's a little fried. Not dynamic. Planars were also a little harsh for my ears when I tested them out. Electrostatic headphones are a little too much for me, because they require specific amps. What I like about dynamic drivers is you can use them with anything. So that's what I like. So I have a pair of Focal Stelias that I got a really good deal on, that are by far maybe the best headphones I've ever owned. Like they're amazing closed back. But I also have the Sennheiser HD A20s, which are also closed back, and I don't like. I'm just waiting to sell them. I just haven't gotten around to it. Oh, the Kill Tony. Yeah, the Kill Tony dock. If you guys are, looking to get into Red Bar, you just type that in, Red Bar Kill Tony, and you'll see it. It's perfect. But I also have Focal speakers. Focal is this French company, French speaker manufacturer that they got into speakers. They got into headphones rather maybe about 5 years ago, and they just kill it. They just kill it with their gear, but they're expensive, unfortunately. And also, supporting Perry has also put a dent in my audiophile purchasing. So. I had the cord, why can't I think of it? The cord, the one with the light, not the Dave, but the one below that. The Cord Dave is like extremely expensive. I don't have it anymore. I had to sell it, honestly. But, what was the model it was? I had the Q-Test. It was like the Qutes, and then I had the Mojo. The Mojo was the one I was thinking of, but the Q-Test is fine too. I actually right now have a headphone amplifier. It's the Sennheiser HDV 820, and it's one of those it's amplifier combo. It sounds good enough to me, honestly. I don't mind the onboard DAT on that. It sounds really good. I sent you down a Howard Stern rabbit hole, David. Well, I'm sorry, because this is 2021 is the wrong time to go down a Howard Stern rabbit hole, because he's brutal. I got a text from Perry. If Whitney is not here Friday, you are fired. Fuck, that's almost worth a call. Hang on one second. I'll catch up on these in a minute.
Get to bed, dude.
Okay, I'm responding to your text. You're gonna fire me if Whitney doesn't show up on Friday? You're kidding, right?
Get to sleep. Good night.
Well, what did you mean by your text?
I was joking,
okay.
But I do with Whitney here.
Got you. Okay. All right, fair enough. Good night.
Yeah. Find a way to get Whitney coming to my house for the stream on Friday.
I'll get working on that.
Thank you.
Right,
good night.
Yeah, all right. He just sent it, so that's why I called him. I know he's up. TomB, really great shot at the end of the two Dans with you and Perry walking away. You're all animated. Obviously explained to him why he is a moron. He was like, thank you. And I say thank you. Yeah, I like that shot a lot. I edited the two Dans. It's a whole other story, but I was trying to find an ending shot, and that was it. It was great. But yeah, to the guy that I sent down the Stern rabbit hole, just listen to old Stern and you're done. Listen to 90s Stern. Don't listen to don't tune in now. Don't listen to him now. Do I get along with Don and Mole when I've been around them? Yeah, I don't think it would have lasted as long as I, when we do live events or stuff. It's. I'm not somebody that can work with people I don't get along with. So yeah, and I have no poker face. If I don't like you, you know it. But yeah. Anyway, that was my detour. Before talking to Perry, was my detour with my audiophile obsession, which is taking a little bit of a backseat lately to other matters. But everybody has their own hobbies, that some people buy cars, like expensive cars, and I was into high-end headphones and speakers and amplifiers and shit like that for a long time. I still am, but I just have to. I had to dial down my my obsession with it. Am I a radio guy? You've been in for? Yeah, I've done radio. I've done voiceover. I've done radio. Not lately, but yeah, I wouldn't call myself a radio guy, but I've done radio. Before I hang up, here's an I should have did. It's too late now. Before I hung out with Perry, I should. There's an offer from Sergeant Funk. If you jump back on now, can you imagine? You know what? Fuck, that's actually too good to pass up on. I'm gonna do it. He can't be asleep right now. What's the offer though? So somebody's gonna come up with the offer. I agree. Dumb and Dumber is a masterpiece, and I don't like Jim Carrey, so I really like it.
And what?
Real quick. I'd be remiss if I didn't say this. Even though the stream's over, you know that guy Sergeant Funk who does a lot of offers on the stream. He's got an offer for you if you come back on the stream right now.
No. Tonight.
It could be a lot of money.
Well, no, I'm not coming back on the stream right now. I'm in bed. Good night.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Damn.
I like I said, I had to make the offer. Sorry. Good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
What's this nutcase's offer? At 11:12 at night.
Okay. Let me dig it up. I'll say okay. So what is Sergeant Funk's offer? Let me find it.
12 p.m.
All right, I'll tell you in a minute. I'm waiting for it to come in.
I threw up twice and shit like a mad dog once. And I'm about to throw up again.
All right, hang on.
Because it's making me drink fucking a half a gallon of milk like an asshole.
I don't see that offer.
You don't see what offer.
Okay, it's the fish you got delivered. You got to put it in a microwave.
It's in the trash.
Well, you'd have to get it out of the trash.
In the trash. Goodbye. Good night. Bye.
Good night. All right. Well, we tried. No, by the way, thanks to Joe Burns. He sent me $20 on Venmo. Says thank you for doing what you do. The after show is the best. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Joe. Again, I don't solicit those, but they're very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll cycle back to that another time. I was thinking. The name I came up with for this after some consideration was After Hours. I like that. I like the After Hours name, so we'll stick with that. After Hours with TomB. Sometimes After Hours with TomB and Perry. But sorry, I'm just messaging somebody. Don't spend that $20 on Skull Candy. There's no chance of that. Skull Candy, can you imagine? And you become a snob too, and you get like all these things like, yeah. I'll tell you what though, as far as favorite headphones go, and I have them right here, I'll tell you what. Hang on one second. I had to take them out. But I'm not saying they're the best headphones. I'm just saying they're my favorite And you can get them on Amazon dirt cheap if you're looking to get into headphones or you just want to listen to good sounding headphones. I used it for voiceover work and like monitoring and stuff, but it's the Sony MDR 7506. They're a very, basically, if you watch like podcasts or you watch people doing studio work and they have headphones on, most of the time it's these Sonys, and they're very neutral sounding and they sound great, and you can get them again. Amazon has them for like usually like $85, and they're a steal. And if you listen to it with a decent source, decent, not even doesn't even have to be stellar, decent, like a headphone jack, they're going to be great. They're going to be great. You don't have to spend insane money on headphones. Those are great. Let's see what he's saying here. Okay. I never got into Denon. Yeah, that's the thing with a lot of headphones is you can't wear glasses at the same. A lot of now that I wear reading glasses, you can't wear eyeglasses with a lot of headphones. It's just uncomfortable. When the art came out for the TomB and Scary Perry, oh sorry, I missed that. When the art came out for the TomB and Scary Perry show, I asked the artist where the donut pillow was, and they put in one, but they moved the B too close to the Tom when they redid the image. Yeah, I remember when that artwork came out. The MDR V6. I didn't like the V6. I had that. I didn't like it as much as the 750. I think you'll like the 7506 better. Didn't like them. Jesus Christ says that Sennheiser is no longer made in Deutschland. Where are they being made? That's news to me. If Perry inherited $500,000, would he be one of those people who blow it fast or end up going bankrupt? With that much money, it'd be tough for him to go bankrupt. And also, okay, does he have, here's some questions. Does he have me advising him, or is he left to his own devices? I don't think. Are you sure about that? I don't think Sennheiser's made in China. That would be major news to me because I'm a big Sennheiser guy. My favorite. I have. I'm not going to bore people with headphone talk, but I've been loyal to Sennheiser for a long time. I have not heard that, but that's shocking to me if that's the case. Oh, the cheaper ones are? That's interesting. They still have those, what the Orpheus, what is it, the HD1, whatever it is. It's like $60,000 pair of headphones. It's like encased in a marble tube amp. I've never heard it. I've always wanted to sample it. But even if I had like millions of dollars, I would not buy that. There has to be a line drawn in the sand where you have respect for money. Like I couldn't do that as that's the thing about like being a hobbyist of anything, whether you collect whatever you collect. Some people collect, some people you're into whatever. It could be cars, it could be computers, whatever, and you're always chasing the next thing. Polk are nice speakers. I've had my first set of real speakers were Polk. I have a fondness for Polk. I don't have any now, but I like Polk a lot. I think Polk's a good company. The higher end, not the, it's like Klipsch. You got to go for the higher end for you to get anything out of them. Don't go for the, the shit ones that you'd see in Best Buy. But Polk are good speakers. They're a good company. You feel like a Kia owner? Yeah, you know what? Don't let people that are hobbyists of something ruin what you like. You don't have to be insane like us. You can enjoy whatever you enjoy. If they sound good to you, then they sound good. Sound is some of the most subjective thing ever. That's why it's insane. And I used to do like YouTube reviews of like sounds, headphones specifically, but like, how do you take someone's opinion of that? You don't know what kind of music they listen to. You don't know what their ears are like. You don't know what they're fine-tuned to. And that's why you got to try. If you're going to spend real money on something, you got to try it. You got to put it on your head, or you got to listen to the speakers. Don't take somebody else's opinion on it. It's insane. Because sound is more subjective than visual. Because visual, we can all agree that what we're looking at right now is a dark road and a car and neon palm trees. We can all agree on that. But sound is different. Where if I played a song right now, we'd all be listening to it over different speakers, or headphones or whatever. We're all going to hear it different ways. You're going to hear it, the way it's transmitted. So don't take somebody's word for it. With sound, and some people don't care. There's some people that have, and it's a lot of people that have money don't care. Like, oh, I don't care. I'll just take whatever. My beats are fine. That's fine. I don't thumb my nose at that. You can do whatever. Is that true? See, I don't have my viewer count. Is it 300 viewers? Oh, I guess it is. Jesus. I feel like some people just leave their computer on. What form of media do I listen to a good set of headphones on? That's a very good question. It varies, and lately I haven't been able to listen to a lot of music, but I have my headphone amplifier, the one I spoke of before, the Sennheiser HDV 820, which isn't cheap, but I got a good deal on it. And I have that hooked up to, like, I bought into, like, this bullshit that you have to get really good shielded USB cables to transmit audio. I think getting into like cables is kind of nonsense, but I bought into it. So I got that hooked up to my computer. So that's how I listen to a lot of stuff if I'm in front of the computer. And I use the Rune player if you're familiar with that. And then the other thing I listen to it on is my DAP, my digital audio player, which is a Sony WM1A. And yeah, and I'm a FLAC guy, which is it's compressed, lossless. Anyway, we should venture off this because I think we're gonna lose people who don't know what we're talking about. Serious question: how much would it cost to crowdfund Windy City Heat 2? I don't know. Probably more money than you think, but less money in reality. A lot of things that have to happen, and also you'd have to write a good scenario for it. Again, it gets to the whole comedy sequel thing. Comedy sequels are really hard. Name me a good comedy sequel. There's very few of them. My favorite band's genre of music. I've opened up my mind to more things lately. Like when I was growing up and I was a teenager, I hated the Rolling Stones, not for no reason, just because they were the biggest band ever, and I liked more indie music, indie rock music. I was into Britpop in the '90s, and I grew up listening to the Monkees because I watched the TV show. So the Monkees is my first band that I listened to, that I bought records for, and still like them now. We'll still see them now. And then I got into other things. I started listening to the Smiths in the very late 80s, and then Morrissey, that's my number one, and then Bowie would be a solid 3, Ramones would be a solid 4. I leave 5 open, but I liked R.E.M. a lot. But then I got into like things that I closed my mind off to in my 30s, like the Rolling Stones, and I kicked myself for being so arrogant as to thumb my nose to it. Yeah, I liked Pulp a lot, but I liked Pulp up until Different Class. I don't really like Pulp after that. Yeah, Warren Zevon, I don't know Deep Cuts, but yes, I've listened to him. T-Rex for sure, yeah. T-Rex for all that 70s shit. I'm all over. And I have this not Poison. No. Not, but if you like Poison, that's fine, but no, it's not my genre. Not Joy Division and not New Order because I hated that tech stuff, but I could see myself giving it a second chance, but I didn't listen to it at the time where it would have meant something to me. I didn't love New Order. It just was I hated that dated 80s drum machine tech, what is the word? Tech's not the word, but that just like artificial sound. Did you really see Poison in concert with Don? Wow, what was that like? The London. I liked Suede. Again, Suede. I really only liked the first album with Suede, and all the B-sides. Sonic Youth I've seen many times live in the early '90s when I was a kid. Love Sonic Youth. I don't have a vinyl collection like I used to because when you live in New York, and I was living in New York City, it kind of forces you to be a minimalist. So you can't have all these. You got to pick and choose what you have, like in your apartment, really. And I know you were joking about Poison. Synth. That's the word I was looking for. Synth. I hate synth. And I hated that about the last Morrissey album. He had synth on it. And I was like, wait, this is the guy that hated synth in the '80s and was the champion for guitar rock music, and now you're putting this shit out. Oasis I like in parts, but they don't. Oasis didn't stay with me. Like there's bands that I listened to like when I was younger that stay with you, and Oasis I felt like I grew out of. Morrissey's "Marry Me, Bill." I don't know what that is. You saw Cheap Trick in concert? I would see Cheap Trick in concert. Cheap Trick are one of the greatest American rock bands ever. I mean, if your body does not react to hearing Surrender, you're not a human being. If you can hear Surrender live, studio version or otherwise, and you don't start feeling something, I don't care what genre of music you like, you are not a human being. So I like Stone Roses, but again, one of the bands that didn't grow with me. Like I eventually, not grew out of it, but it just didn't. It's not in regular rotation. But again, I haven't been listening to music lately. I don't have time. And when I'm listening to stuff on my own, I'm listening to like Red Bar or something, So once in a while, I'll listen to music in the car, but it's not as. Which makes the whole audiophile chasing all the more silly when you don't have time to listen to it. It's funny. David mentions The Cure. I don't like The Cure. I mean, I wouldn't say don't like The Cure. I'm not a Cure fan. I never was. But I respect the shit out of them, and I am jealous of The Cure for their shows that they put on because they give their fans their money's worth. They play for hours, they play deep cuts, and people I like that are still alive to be touring certainly don't give you that. So I respect anybody that gives you a lot, for your money. Yeah, and Red Bar used to be a thing. Like even like not too long ago, they were doing like 2 shows a week, and they'd average maybe 6 hours here. Now he just does one massive show a week, which is fine for me. I'd hate to hear Morrissey wail out "Marry Me." Oh, I see what you're saying. I always like it when people go out and come back in like, oh, the Tom stream is still going. Yeah, Perry is going to play old school video games on his channel. Yeah, I got to deliver his new computer when I go out there next month sometime. I still haven't gotten a confirmed date from Adult Swim about when his filming date is. Actually, I'm just checking my email now because they're in Australia. That's the thing. Like Adult Swim's office is in Australia, so whenever you get an email from them, it's usually like sent at like 1:00 in the morning. So. But they've been super cool, and I gave them a couple of dates that work for me because June's going to be very difficult for me because I'm moving in June. I mean, I'm not moving I'm moving piecemeal, things at a time. But June is the month where I'm going to be moving. I'm not moving far away, but so it's not an easy time for me to be going out there. Yeah, the Adult Swim thing is real. People always say that. Yeah, the Adult Swim thing is real. Yes, Perry has a part on a show on Adult Swim. and it's a cartoon, and his part is live action, and he's got a script. It was written for him based on the streams, and he's doing it for sure. That is real. That's not fake. Now, and I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't propagate a fake thing like that, a fake narrative like that, where I dangle that, like, Adult Swim, because it's got to be a thing. Is it true Mike from Red Bar has a colostomy bag? I think that's like a Reddit fucking bullshit rumor, because he has this illness that he's not disclosed, and they're just and there's like, there's a Reddit that like fucking like they get really weird on the Reddit, and they propagate all these things. Now I don't know. I don't know, but I don't think so. Did Darkside Phil do something gross on camera? Well, he did pleasure himself. That was a number of years ago. Yeah. Our the Red Bar subreddit is canceled. Didn't they close it? Now it's like Red Bar 2. It was so weird going. I remember going in there like years ago, and it's just like, God, it's all rejects. It's all rejects from the Red Bar Facebook group that have now, like, God, they're all really crazy. Oh, that's a Jesse PS rumor. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if, I mean, how would he know? You feel like Tim Heidecker is a little out of touch and might react to Perry's fans the wrong way. What is that in context to? Did I miss something? I gotta be honest with you, I never heard of Darkside Phil until this rivalry came up. So I don't really know anything about him other than from you guys or from what people post online. I don't know him at all. I was never a Tim and Eric guy anyway. I just never, and I feel like they're almost, not them or separately, I just feel like it's a little dated almost. Like they feel, I mean, it's weird to say, but I feel like they're very 2010. I don't really, I was never, that doesn't mean anything that I say I'm not a fan. I just was never really, I was never exposed to them. I mean, I know enough of them, and I've seen their stuff. It's just never, I can't get into it. I always feel weird saying that because everybody like worships and I'm like, oh, that's such highbrow comedy, but I don't know. It's not for me. You hate Tim? Yeah, I don't hate Tim Heidecker. I'll be honest, I don't really fucking know him. And his Darkside Phil, all he does is play video games, right? Like he doesn't like talk to, like, does he talk like Perry talks, or is he just playing games and commenting? Because that's the thing about Perry playing games, is how is he going to multitask with like tip comments coming in while he's playing a game, while he's trying to concentrate, or like talking to me? Like, how is that going to work? We'll see. He's like Perry, but not fun. He plays games badly. Well, I got news to you. I know a guy that plays games worse. I've heard of Sam Hyde, but I could not tell you who he is if my life depended on it. We should do a thing on this after hours stream where we call people. Is anybody up for that? You're free to help me move and go through my. I'm going to need the help. Believe me. Because I had to move last year too, and I feel like that was done so last minute. I fucking hate moving. But yeah, hopefully this will be the last one for a while. But now I'm worried about this. Oh, see, it's okay. So I've heard Sam Hyde's name mentioned. I just don't get who he is. I feel like I'm out of touch. Can I do international? I think I could do international. Yeah, I think I have an international plan. Got to pick a topic though. That's the thing about listening to Red Bar is like not half, but a good portion of the people he talks about, I have no idea who they are. Yeah, I'm staying on. Yeah, I'm staying in Westbury. I'm moving. I'm moving like 15 minutes away, but still, it's a pain in the ass. Moving to a different part of Westbury. Oh, so he's a comedian. Sam Hyde's a comedian. Oh, that'll tell you. I just don't follow comedians. I want to have Perry call me thinking I'm an Italian. I just have a stereotypical Italian music. See, that's what I kind of want, Clutch Canuck. So we'll get in touch before Sunday. I kind of want that for International Subscriber Sunday. Is like, I obviously we're gonna have real international calls, but I would like some like terrible, like some really terrible, obviously fake accent, Corey, right now I rent, but I'm moving in, I'm transitioning to an own, and I've owned before, but it's a long story, but the pandemic basically forced me to move in quickly to a place that wasn't exactly ideal for me. Because my lease was up, and I kind of had to move fast. So now I'm kind of rectifying that. I've never seen a TED Talk in my life. Somebody mentioned a TED Talk. I've never seen a TED Talk. I've heard them referenced, and I've seen what they were, but I've never watched one. Perry's distant cousin, Carlo Caravello in Italy. Where did you see Ted Danson? Faster Blade. Was that a TED Talk? Are they still do them? Because I remember that was a thing like 10 years ago or so. They were like, God, because I remember first getting like a Roku, and that was like a big deal, streaming things, and like one of the apps that was built in was the TED Talks app, and I remember browsing through it like when I first got it. I was like, yeah, no. I hate motivational speakers. I think they're full of shit. Even if they're not, I just don't like that setup. I don't like the big stage setup. I'm not watching that. So they sold their brand, and now because I haven't heard of TED Talks in quite some. Ted Knight Talk. Let's talk about Ted Knight. By the way, did you know that Ted Knight is in Psycho, the original Psycho? Can you tell me what part he plays? But he is in the original Psycho. I think it's his first part. He plays a police officer at the very end. You can see his face. He doesn't have a speaking part. You can see his face. It's like a young Ted Knight. Oh, dude, you should fucking crashed years ago, Joey. You're in the East Coast. You got to get up early. I got to get up somewhat early, but not as early as I had to get up the past 2 days. I am gonna wrap on this pretty soon though, because I feel myself fading, and I don't want you to guys. I know what it's like to have lethargic Perry when he's leaning back in his chair and he's like, yeah. Ted Knight narrates the original Superfans. I just found that out recently. I recently, meaning like the past few years, and it's when it's something you hear, it's like, and then you go back to hearing meanwhile at the Hall of Justice, and then you hear that voice like, oh my God, that's Ted Knight. Of course it's Ted Knight, And he just does that over the top, like, oh, it's crazy. It's like one of those things that you should have known all your life, and then you find out later. I was talking about this the other day to somebody. That, where are you in East Coast, George? Okay, so when you discover something on your own, right? Like, and you're an adult, meaning like you're over 21, and you discover something that you think like, oh my God, I just discovered this, and you got to tell everybody else, and then everybody's like, yeah, of course we knew that. It's so obvious. And my biggest example of that is when I had, it was, I don't know, I guess I was like early 30s. Thank you. I do a good TED night. I had this, like, it was right before HD TV took over, right? Like, where everybody had an HD TV. So I still had like a regular TV and regular cable, but I had this like souped up like cable descrambler box that gave me every single channel. You don't see those anymore because it doesn't really work with digital cable, but I had like this hacked cable box that gave me everything. It was always my dream as a kid. Like, oh, I wish I could get one of those cable descramblers that I see in the back pages of like Popular Science or something. So I finally ordered one. Anyway, it was like fucking everything. You got pay-per-view, everything, every channel. So at night when I'd go to bed, I'd watch like, HBO 3 or something like that, or whatever it was. And there was this Richard Gere movie. I don't remember the name of the movie, but it's a movie. It's the early 2000s. Oh, wow. You used to make and sell these scramblers when you lived in Hawaii? That's amazing. I was always fascinated by that technology. Because when you had the early cable, like I didn't have cable when I was a kid. I had to move to Long Island, and then because Brooklyn, we didn't have, when I lived in Brooklyn, we didn't have cable. And then it was that cable box with the long wire and the buttons and like the 3 rows. And if you would hit the right combination, you could maybe get lucky and unscramble the Playboy channel or something like that. And it was always a science. But anyway, so it was this Richard Gere movie with Diane Lane, and they were a married couple where Diane Lane cheated on some guy, and then he goes to the guy's apartment to confront him, right? And this is the scene. I don't remember anything else about the movie. But he's going to the guy's apartment who has had sex with his wife, and he's like a weird... Unfaithful, that's very good. Thank you for that. Unfaithful is the name of the movie. So anyway, so he goes to this guy's apartment, and the guy asks if he wants a drink, and he's like, vodka, and he opens his freezer, and he takes out, and then Richard Gere goes, I keep my vodka in the freezer too. It was like, I was like, wait a second, you can put vodka in the freezer, and it won't freeze? And I remember getting out of bed, and I went to my liquor cabinet, I took a fucking thing of, whatever, Belvedere or whatever vodka I had, and I put it in the freezer. I was fascinated by this. I had not heard of this. I have not heard. I mean, I know the physics of it. I know, alcohol doesn't freeze or whatever, but I just never put that together. And the next morning, I got up and I went to check on it. I was like, look at that! It did not freeze. And then I just basically had my whole freezer as my liquor cabinet from that point on. Like tequila's going in here. This is going in here. Gin is going in here. I had very little room for like actual frozen food. And then I remember telling a friend about it, like a few days later. And I was like, hey, did you know that you can put a bottle of vodka in your freezer and it won't freeze? And he looked at me like I was retarded. He was like, yeah, everybody knows that. And I felt like I had such a zinger, like, wow, this is this hack, this like life hack that I discovered from this fucking, Richard Gere movie that I was watching at like 3 o'clock in the morning when I had to get up the next morning. And I just felt so stupid. And it's one of the things like where occasionally you're just really stupid. And I'm really stupid on certain things. I get really dumb. And I felt really stupid. But at the time, I felt like I was learning new information. Like that I did not. So a couple of people say, Snooden says, I didn't know that. Well, that's big of you to admit. Because when I told that to people, they were like, yeah, you're a moron. Everybody knows that. It's just a thing. Like, yeah, alcohol doesn't freeze. I tried it with a beer doesn't work. I always do this thing because I like really cold drinks. And I have a thing for Mexican Coke. And I'm not doing it now because I'm trying to get in somewhat decent shape. But I always make this thing where I'll put beer or something in. Yeah, beer freezes. We know that. But ice cold, I kind of know where they take it from. So I put like a beer in the freezer just to get it. I like it just before the point of freezing, like super, super cold. In fact, getting back to my Bloody Mary recipe, that's one of the hacks I did. Not hacks, it's just a thing I did, is the base of my Bloody Mary mix is V8. But I don't like when you get a Bloody Mary and it's not ice cold. Any drink I have has to be ice cold, unless, clearly it's a hot drink. So I put like beer and stuff in the freezer, and then sometimes you forget about it and it blows up. But you put the V8, I put the V8 in the freezer just so it gets super, super, super cold. Right before the point of freezing, and that's when I start making it. Because when you're mixing with other things, it's going to lose its temperature. You're putting it in a blender and everything like that. So you want it to be cold, and I want it to be cold. And I don't like loading a drink with ice because ice waters it down at a certain point. So I don't like loading up with ice, except for certain cocktails. But anyway, so I'll put like Coke and shit in the freezer, and then I usually forget about it. And then sometimes I open the freezer and it blew up, like it exploded all over the place, like the can can't handle the freezing. But so that's my thing. And I'm still working through the Bloody Mary recipe, because you got to order supplies, and I gotta go through the motions of it, because I haven't done it in a year. Not a year, but almost a year. Because like I said, this time last year I was boozing every single day, and it was always like a midday Bloody Mary. It's like, oh, it's 4 p.m. Oh, it's Bloody Mary time. It's the end of the world. So let's drink up. And I would make every day, every fucking day. Tomahawk steaks go great in the freezer. That still drives me crazy, that story. Perry treating himself to the tomahawk steak at Costco, immediately freezes it, and then cooks it on the George Foreman grill. Just a crime. Just a crime. Mr. and Mrs. T's Bloody Mary mix is very good, but if you really want to venture into making your own, you'll make a better mix. And you got to find the right spice, the right hot sauce, I would say, to put in there. Olive juice is an ingredient I forgot about, but olive juice goes in the Bloody Mary, my Bloody Mary, and I never wrote it down. I just kind of perfected it every day. I just kind of worked on it more and more, and I became obsessive with it. And then I came to the one where I was like, I have now perfected it. Yes, of course I use horseradish, but here's my thing, and I said this last time. Horseradish has to be blended and not stirred. You have to have a good blender for a Bloody Mary, and I have a Vitamix, but you don't have to have a Vitamix, something that would just pulverize shit. Same thing with celery. I do agree that you need celery, the taste of celery, but I don't like a celery stalk in the Bloody Mary. I think that's lazy. I tried Clamato, and it didn't work for me. It's too flat. V8 worked for me, for my variation of the not the V8 Bloody Mary mix, regular V8, or spicy V8 works. Spicy V8 works too. Somebody just said that spicy V8 works as well, but I've fresh horseradish. That's a good call. But I don't want to taste it. I want to taste the flavor of it, but I don't want the consistency of horseradish. So you got to pulverize it, and I pulverize bacon. Again, maybe some people are vegetarian; they won't want that, but you got to pulverize it, and there's a lot of fuck. I now think about last year, and I think all the time I had on my hands, time that I don't have now. When the pandemic was in full swing, when it first started and you didn't know when lockdown was going to end. And that's when I was just like, well, there's a couple of things I'm going to do. I'm going to play some video games. I'm going to catch up on some TV, and I'm going to drink. and that's basically what I did. I had other responsibilities too, of course, but I spent a lot of time on. Yeah, and I don't get hungover either. Jesus Christ says alcohol sucks, and you feel like shit the next day. I haven't been hungover in a long time. You know, I know my limits, and I know the combinations to make it work for me, and I'll cut myself off early. Yeah, the fresh good ingredients is the key, and Alex the effing cat in the chat will school everybody here on the perfect cocktail, even though he's not necessarily making them for himself lately. But top 3 worst comedians, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's impossible. It's impossible. They're all so bad. I mean, you'd be better off saying 3 comics that don't suck. I mean, I'd have to think of like some. You'd have to think that's going to be a personal thing for everybody. Who the worst comedian is? I mean, I always hated Bob Saget. To be honest with you, Ellen is such an easy one. I mean, yeah, Ellen's the worst. Ellen's terrible. She's awful. Of course, I feel like I'm trying to want to go. Yeah, I agree with Rogan. Rogan's terrible. Brendan Schwab's terrible. Yeah, all those guys. Again, I can't name 3 good comics. You got to name. If you're going to name 3 of the worst, you got to name 3 good comics. And apart from Norm Macdonald, for me, and again, I give it to I like Gilbert Gottfried because he's kind of a character, even though he's lazy and he doesn't write any new material. I'm hard picked to think of a third. Living, by the way, when everybody says, oh, George Carlin or Richard Pryor, let's go living comedians. But Tony Hinchcliffe is pretty bad. Nick DiPaolo is really bad. I like Chappelle. I don't dislike Chappelle. And Bill Burr has lost his early Burr, not Burr now, not Bill Burr now. Bill Burr now is just an arrogant ass. I'd have to really think. And again, I don't follow I don't follow too many comedians, but did you hear Ellen DeGeneres died? They found her face down in Ricky Lake. Very good, Corey. Kevin Hart is terrible. Yeah, Kevin Hart's a terrible comedian and he's a terrible actor. He's just garbage. I don't know any Nick Mullen, but I'll take your word on that. You only love Nia Burr? Yeah, it's hard. I don't like Louis C.K. At all. Never liked him, even before his weird shit. I never liked him. Never liked him even I don't like comedians that start talking about their family life. Like my wife this, my kids this. I like cerebral, weird observational comics. Sarah Silverman is the best stand-up. So yeah, can we all? So it's hard for me to think of the three best. 3 worst because they're all so bad. Yeah, we've said let's just put our cards on the table. We all agree Norm is the best, right? There's nobody. Is there anybody here that disagrees that Norm Macdonald is not the best comedian living? I feel like Jim Florentine and Dave Attell were funny 20 years ago, but not so much now. But maybe I'm wrong. I haven't heard anything from them. Yakov Smirnoff. Yakov Smirnoff is one of those guys that just has the same joke, just constantly the same template for a joke, just with different things at the beginning and the end. It's just his whole thing is in America you run the stream, in Russia the stream runs you, and that gets a laugh. and then he'll go on to the next thing, and it's the same beat. It's the same beat over and over again, and it's just how America is this wacky country, and he still works too. He's still out there, and I don't know. You got to almost give that respect. You know, he's still doing stand up. I liked Emo Phillips when I saw him on HBO, like when I was a kid in like the 80s. And I thought he was very unusual because in the 80s you had those character comics, and they've all kind of dropped their character over the years, like Bobcat Goldthwait, Andrew Dice Clay, Emo Phillips, and there's a bunch of like guys that were clearly a character, and then they don't. I guess they get too old for the character and they don't do it anymore. Yeah, like old Bobcat is interesting, but Bobcat without the character is really boring, in my opinion at least. Howie Mandel is another good example. Oh, is that Emo special on YouTube? I would watch that again. He had some jokes that I still remember. Emo Phillips, and because he had that weird cadence, and I still remember like a couple of the jokes from that special that made me laugh. Have I seen Franklin Ajayi? No, I've never heard of him. So I'm sure it's like bands. I'm sure there's bands out there that I would probably like. I'm just not exposed to them, and that's probably true with comedy. Emo Phillips and UHF is great. Yeah. Doug Stanhope, I don't really know Doug Stanhope really. I've seen he's fine, but I don't know. I don't know about Doug. I don't know enough about him to form an opinion. How about that? Yeah, Judy Tenuta used to date Emo Phillips, and they would be on Stern together all the time. That's how I knew that they were dating. Yeah, Emo Life from the Hasty Pudding Theater. That was like my jam. And it would be on HBO during the day. It was one of those rare comedy specials that they could air during the day because it wasn't dirty. So you can get home. You can be home from school and they'd be running it, which is probably why I saw it as much as I did. There was a couple of things that HBO ran to death, and that was one of them. And the other thing was like the HBO ran this show. God, I think in the early 90s maybe, where it was like the real behind the scenes of Kids Toys commercial, and they broke down what they do to film. Kids Toys commercials don't really exist anymore, but they really broke down like what they did on Kids Toys commercials, or like how they made food look good to appeal to kids. And it was supposed to be for kids to watch, to see like all the marketing behind the stuff you were seeing. And I must have seen that one special like God, maybe 100 times, because it was always on. I can't remember the name of it. Somebody else knows what I'm talking about. But all those like, and HBO would also show the PG rated police academies to death. So we got 146 people on Twitch and 102 on YouTube. That's kind of crazy. Everyone raves about stand-up. I've tried it multiple times. I can't find the humor, just like reggae. What? Yeah. Oh, Stephen Wright. I forgot about Stephen Wright. I do like Stephen Wright, even though he's kind of one note. He's really good. I watched I watched some stuff on YouTube when he was on the Tonight Show. Really funny. Faster Blade. Watched the first Police Academy recently, and it still holds up. I agree. The first Police Academy is fantastic. It's the best of that genre of like misfits going to an academy and then straightening up and becoming like, real people, real contributors. There was a lot of those movies in the 80s, and I think Police Academy is the best version of that. And then each sequel that came out was a little less and a little less and a little less. But the first Police Academy is fucking great. Still like it. Still love it. It's got a great... And it's one of those movies, too, where... you saw him at the Westbury Music... I've only been to the Westbury Music Fair once. There's always things I wanted to see there. I've never gone. But Police Academy unlike other movies of its kind, it has a good first act, it has a good second act, it has a good third act. It ends well, it starts well. A lot of those movies, like Stripes, for example, I think falls apart once you get out of basic training. Once they go to Europe in Stripes, that movie's terrible. But everything up to that is great. And it's rare for those types of movies to be good the entire movie. And Police Academy is good the entire movie, I think, at least. That's my opinion. One man's opinion. But I think Stripes, and people love Stripes, people worship Stripes, but boy, once you're out of that boot camp, it's a tough watch. For me, at least. It's got its moments. It's okay, but it's just not as good. I agree with that, Jesus. It's nice to see there's still an online community full of shitlords that hate the modern age. PCL, best community going today. I agree. I think we got a great community here. Outside of Perry, even, like us, like everybody that contributes to the channel. I think we do have a legit great community. I'm really proud of it, and I'm really, like, everybody, occasionally you get some assholes in here, but yeah, Warren Oates is Sergeant Hulko. What a great casting that is. But yeah, we're good people. I want to get more people on mic though. I feel like that's what I want to do. Not tonight probably, but I want to do phone calls on these. I think that'll because otherwise it's just me responding to the chat. You want to crash my trip? By all means. Yeah, it's cool. I think it is cool that a lot of people come together on this channel. There is a community because you see the same names. And Perry, I don't think he has diabetes, Perry. It would explain a lot, but no, I don't think he does. I got to find out when that trip is. And I got to buy a plane ticket, so they got to tell me. They're gonna have to tell me soon. The communication is not the best. I will say that. I do like Fastly, I just wrote "fuck you, Perry." I do like glancing at. I don't get to see the chat all the time, but I do like glancing when he's in real hardcore baby mode, like he was tonight a little bit. And he acts again. He reacts to like one comment or one delivery, and everybody else has to suffer. And he's basically making us all like, "Oh, we're all bad people," blah 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 blah. And then there's a couple of comments in the chat. They're just like, and he's sitting there screaming at me, or giving me the finger, or quitting, or storming off from the chair. And then you see the "fuck you, Perry," like "fuck you, Perry, go fuck yourself, Perry." And I get a kick out of that because it's just, I know I'm not alone when I see that. I'm like, okay, they're fed up with him too. Big Time in Hollywood on Comedy Central. I've never heard of that. Somebody asked if I like David Cross. To a point. I liked Mr. Show. Pretty consistently good throughout. With a couple of. He's funny but not. I think again he's one of these guys. Like there's an expiration date on guys. I don't think he's good now. And all these guys get too political, and that always like ruins it for me. So. David Cross, yes, I find him funny, but not timeless funny. Like there's some guys that are always going to be funny. I've never seen Gavin's DVD. Gavin McInnes is a effing a-hole. No, I've never seen that. I'm not the biggest Gavin fan either. Like I worked with Gavin, I knew him, but it's weird to like be a fan of somebody that you knew. Like so, I never like really read his books. I read his How to Be a Man because he was 'cause he was so fucking proud of that when that came out. But I don't know. 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 I can't say I've seen a lot of his stuff. See, that's the thing about like comedian. Christian makes a good point. Cross was funny when it was when it was edgy to be atheist, but it's not anymore. And I think even like preachy atheists are worse than like someone who's like a preachy Christian or preachy whatever, because you're actively believing and not believing. Like you're pushing this narrative. Like I know I don't get atheism like to that degree where they're so proud of it. There's like Penn Jillette too, and I like Penn and Teller, but they're just like so aggressive with it. Like they're angry. They're angry that people believe in God. And I'm not saying I do. I'm not saying I'm the biggest religious person ever. But atheism has become more religious than religious. It's weird. Like the atheism, there'd be a guy you heard about in the 80s, like, and he'd say, I'm an atheist. And like, ooh. Like saying the word atheist in the 80s was like saying you're a Satanist. It was like saying you worship Satan. It was, and then it was rare, and then more people embraced it, and then like people proudly put it out there. Oh, I'm an atheist. I devote all my time to hardcore believing and not believing. Yeah, Bill Maher is another arrogant ass. I think that's another reason I love Norm. Is like Norm calls them out. He's like that's where you want to get all your religious facts from, a nightclub comic where he's talking about like Bill Maher. There's like a whole bit where like Norm just completely shits all over Bill Maher, which is great. It's cringe to be an atheist. I agree with that. And I'm with you. I barely believe, like, it's one of those things. It's like, it doesn't take a lot to believe in, like, I'm not saying I necessarily believe in God or whatever, but I don't, I fall short of saying I don't believe. And I've had my tests with faith. I grew up as a strict, not strict, but I grew up as a Catholic. I went to Catholic school. I got kicked out of Catholic high school for fighting. Another story, but and then I had some personal things happen to me in my life where I was like, oh, there's clearly no God. There's clearly no God, and then and then that gets an whole thing, and then you get older and you think differently. But yeah, all these like comedian, you're gonna get your fucking answers to life and death and the afterlife from a fucking comedian. Give me a break. You thought I was studying to be a JW. Yeah, I was a good Catholic boy for a while. No, I was always the bad kid. I was never a good Catholic boy. That's for sure. You were in cult grade Christian situation. Yeah, that's scary too. Hardcore anything is scary. Like hardcore Christians, hardcore Muslims, hardcore, whatever. When you get like insane level. But the same is true for hardcore atheists. It's just it's insane. Yeah, Chad, if you're an atheist, that's cool. But yeah, it's like anything. It's like being vegetarian and not being a dick about it. I was gonna say vegan, but I think it's impossible to be a vegan and not be a dick. I think all vegans are dicks about being vegans, and they're really insufferable. But yeah, whatever you're into, keep it to yourself. Go fuck yourself, Tom. I only follow Joe Rogan for this shit, you dum-dum. Yeah, he's the one. Joe Rogan's the guy to go to for this, because he's got all the answers. Joe fucking Rogan. Fuck. I feel like Joe's losing his power though since he moved to Spotify. I think Joe Rogan's reign at the top is and it's kind of like when Stern went to Sirius. Although Stern retained a lot, he didn't grow after going to Sirius. It was a steady decline because you're not gaining any new people when you go to a platform like that, and even people that liked Rogan don't go out of their way to listen to Rogan on or watch. Apparently, watching Rogan on Spotify is like an exercise in futility because he's on YouTube. Who doesn't have YouTube? How do you move from YouTube to Spotify? But I guess it was the money. But I think in hindsight, it's a terrible move. Yeah, so Rogan moving to Spotify was such a terrible move. I mean, good for him for the money, but you can't expect to work for big tech and not get neutered. Yeah, right. And don't they tell him to take all these things down? Michael Mullins, did I see the scathing stern critique in the New York Post? I did. I read it. And what I really liked about that article is it was written by a woman who clearly was a Stern fan and just gave a good critique about, how the show is over, has lost its edge, which everybody knows. Gave different reasons than I would give because that's somebody who listens now. I'm not somebody who listens now. I haven't heard the Stern Show in 6 years. Wow, it doesn't seem that long, but it's a long time I've been away from it. So I wouldn't be able to dial into exactly what's wrong now. I mean, I hated the show 6 years ago, and now it's even worse. So I can only imagine how bad it was. I can only imagine. Yeah, the leaked meeting was great. And that was from 2014, and he was bad. And the article actually mentioned the leaked reading. It's worth reading if you're even a peripheral Stern fan at any point in time. The New York Post did a pretty good takedown of him in yesterday's post, well, today's post, but technically yesterday. New text from Perry. Those two. I just peed again. This is pee number 6, and it's not midnight yet. Plus, I threw up. I will now report to you every time I pee. P-E-E-E-E, exclamation point. I hope this wakes you up. I will be reporting my 6th, 7th, and 8th pees as well. You will get reports all night. Whenever I get up, you get up. Got it? Good night. That was his recent texts. So he just sent that. So I guess he just got up to pee. Oh, I got a voicemail. Fuck, I missed this one. When did they send this? Hang on. I was going to post this on Patreon, but I thought it was too short. If you guys want to tell me what you think about it. This is, I'll play you a lot. This one came in today. It was about the box he got. And he normally doesn't leave short voicemails. He usually talks forever. But this was 40 minutes. I don't know if it's worth posting. I'll post it on Patreon. But you tell me. So hopefully you can hear this. I'm just playing it off my phone.
Bottom line, I don't give a fuck who sent this box, but it's going in the trash. I'm not going to open it or nothing. I don't want any more. I got too much shit in my fucking house. God damn it! Stop sending me fucking boxes of garbage! Fans, anybody, everybody, I'm telling everybody tonight on the fucking street, stop sending me fucking gifts! I don't have a fucking room to fucking put gifts! All this bullshit, I don't need all this goddamn trash! Goodbye!
So that was a quick one. And he's worked up when he doesn't give the timestamp. There's no my time, your time. It's just right into it. And then this is a new one. He sent this one, I guess 2 hours ago. And I had my ringer off. So we were... Let's see what I'm listening to this one for the first time. Oh, it's blank. It says it's 2 minutes long. He must have called me as I called him because it's all just silence. Oh, that's too bad. Okay. Anyway. I don't know where the timestamp thing came from. He's just always done it. I don't know if he does it with everybody or just with me. But yeah, it's kind of his staple. But I've noticed certain. You send him 5 microwaves. Do you know if you sent him a really good microwave, like I'm sure there's high-end microwaves. I don't know enough about microwaves to know this, but I'm sure there's like really high-end microwaves. Like there's high-end anything. You can get high-end refrigerators, high-end, you know, this or that. And I wonder if you sent him a really good high-end microwave, if he would replace it with the one he has. And I think the answer would be no. I don't think he would. But you could tell different things, like where if he doesn't give the timestamp, if he does... what he says at the end, does he end it with, all right, bye, or all right, Big Daddy? No, actually, he doesn't say Big Daddy on the voicemails. He usually says that on the phone. Or he'll say, oh, you know he's pissed if he ends with good day. That's the mark of pissed off Perry. Like, good day means that you are on his shit list. I think the air fryer would be a good idea for Perry, actually. I am a big fan of the air fryer, not for cooking necessarily everything. Some people overuse the air fryer thing. I'll tell you what the air fryer is great for. If you have an air fryer, it's great for heating up leftovers. Because depending on what the leftover is, and I'm a master at how to revive certain foods that you have left over. The air fryer works on so many different things. It works on Chinese food, and it makes it like crispy. It does it exactly right, because the oven is not perfect. The microwave is far from perfect in terms of reheating. Sometimes stovetop works, but air fryer, they should just rename the air fryer the leftover reheater, because that's what I use it for. I use it for heating up leftovers more than just about anything else, which is insane. Leftover. I don't eat fish. The only fish I eat is like I eat shellfish and sushi, but I'm not a big fan of cooked fish. I'm kind of with Perry on that one. Your oven has a built-in air fryer? That's fucking great. Wow. That's some high-end shit. Wow. Because I'm actually looking at appliances now since I'm moving, and I'm looking at refrigerators and shit. And I was looking at ovens. I didn't know there was such a thing. You use it for Bloody Marys? How much for Tom to stick a fish in the air fryer for 12 minutes and 12 seconds? that would stink things up, for sure. I like when Perry, like, again, I beg him not to leap to like the big money things, you know, like the not even for $1 million, but like something like that. I don't know. I'm just shocked at the things he agrees to, and then also the things he turns down. It just catching him in the right mood. I think getting the offers in early gets him in the mood to do stuff. But when he's in a bad mood, like he said, what did he say no at the end? At the end of the stream tonight, he said no to something. Maybe he was finishing the milk for $100. I thought he could have done that, but I was surprised he did the 3 glasses, honestly. For $150, fucker got, you know, the chips in that. Are we doing anything for 12/12/21? I think we're going to do a stream, right? Because it's a Sunday. So I'd like to do, like I've said this before, and we'll see where the world is at the time. I would like to do something for... I'd like to do something for his birthday / the 1-year anniversary of this channel, which will be in November. Jersey Card Army says, Jesus, TomB, you're still going? I legit just finished Fish Friday since I'm far behind, and that was 2 hours ago. You're a legend. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's funny. I don't notice the time go by. I think we have a good time with each other. So I don't. That's when you know you're in good company, is if you can have a conversation and not realize how much time has gone by. And then you look at it, so that's a compliment to you guys. And like I said, eventually I want to do phone calls on these. I don't want to be the only one talking. I want other people to chime in on whatever the fuck we're talking about. Hire a personal bodyguard to protect Perry from dying on 12/12/21. Are you really playing Super Mario 64 or Mario 64 and chiming in now? Are you playing it on the Switch, on the 3D All-Stars version, or are you playing old school? Call Whitney. Yeah. God, Whitney Cummings might be one of the worst comedians. Nobody mentioned her. Ooh, she's awful. Oh, you modded the Switch. I'm afraid to mod my Switch. You're paying a fun. Are you paying? Okay. Are you playing the fan port that's like the one that's like super like high res and 16:9? I've seen that one. I only made it through. I'm about 80% through Mario 64 on All Stars, and I had to take a break from it. And then I've actually never really gotten that far in Sunshine, Super Mario Sunshine, because I just didn't like it when it came out. I couldn't get into it, and I always get to a certain point in it, and then I stop. And even when on the Wii, I tried to play it, and I just couldn't get into it. Maybe I'll get into it this time. And Galaxy, I've played through a couple of times. Really, Sunshine is your favorite? Interesting. I mean, maybe I'm wrong about Sunshine. I'd like to come back to it. I mean, it's been shit. It's been almost 20 years, so I'll come back to it. Maybe I'll like it. I think Odyssey is so good. It's hard to. No, I've never played Pinkman, but I've heard so many good things about it that I'd like to try it. I think I said this last time. I really like Super Mario 3D World, and I'm playing it right now, and it's the first time I'm playing it, and I love it. It's so much fun. It's such a great stress reliever. Hey TomB, would y'all do karaoke night with Perry singing? Obviously, the MCA would be an issue. Yeah, I don't know. He just doesn't. Maybe, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know a lot of songs. He couldn't name one Poison song tonight, and he was wearing a Poison shirt. I agree with that statement, Christian. The worst levels in Mario are the water levels, with some exceptions. I really like Jolly Roger Bay in Mario 64. I think Mario 64 has the best water levels out of any other Mario game because they're just so pleasant, and you got that great music to accompany you. But yeah, the music strikes are so harsh on and Twitch is just so strict. Twitch is very strict. Wet Dry is fucking a great level. That's a good call. That's one of the all-time best Mario levels. I agree. Yeah, Mario 64 not only is the best snow levels, but it's the only level where you can murder a small penguin, where you take the penguin and you like literally throw it off the cliff. I remember trying that like the first time before it was a thing, and I was like, I could pretty much throw this fucking thing off the cliff, right? I was like, yep. But I love Mario. I love Mario games. Mario is my first love for video games. I told the story the last time about playing Super Mario Brothers for the first time, and it's just my happy place. And only the console games. I never got into the handhelds. I don't get into any Paper Mario or anything like that. I love Metroid. I love the first Metroid. I love Super Metroid. And I shamefully have never played the Metroid Primes, which seem to me like Doom inspired, but I never got into those. But I will if they ever get released for the Switch. Oh really? That's so cool. Me talking about it on Sunday, what inspired you to go back to do a 120 star run of 64. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean that's the way to do it for me. I can't. I have this OCD with games like that where I have to 100% it, and that's why I'm afraid to play Zelda Breath of the Wild, because I know I'll have to 100% it, and that's going to take me years. That's going to take me a long time. I can't not. I got to do every little thing and search everything, and I live in fear of games. That's why I've never played Red Dead Redemption. Like a game like that, it's too overwhelming for me. I'll have to. I can't not 100% it, and like it makes me sick to complete a game, and I don't have all the little things, every star, everything. I can't not 100% a game. Is Wii stuff expensive? I still have my Wii, and I have the Wii U hacked, which is a great. It's still worth buying now because it could just play so much shit. It took you a week to 100% Cyberpunk. Isn't Cyberpunk the one that has all those fucking glitches, or did you play it on PC or something? I thought that was. I saw YouTube videos on that game, and it was just like the insane amount of glitches and struggles people were having with it. Okay, that's what I heard. It's not bad on PC. It was horrendous on console. On at least the PS4. I don't know if it was released on Xbox. Jesus. Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. My sister was really into those games. The building, like Sims and like building shit. Never got into those as much. You're getting nauseous after your second COVID shot. Yeah, Perry's getting his second COVID shot soon, and I'm worried about how it's going to affect him to the point where, like, ooh, is he going to be okay? Like, he's getting it on a non-stream day, but some people, like my dad, I mentioned, my dad was really badly affected by the second shot for odd reasons. Like his immune system is amazing for his age, and like his immune system fought against the second shot. It fucked up his blood pressure and his heart rate. I think he's balancing out now, but it was rough. And whereas my mom, who I was more afraid of, it was like nothing. She was fine. And so I'm a little nervous about Perry again. And then not that I'm nervous like something bad's gonna happen, but I'm nervous about his recovery time, because you see how he amps up the drama when he wants to get off the stream. He invents things. Jesus Christ says, TomB is a lot more relatable than expected. Always kind of feared you were a shill. These days, you never know. TomB is real fuck. Thank you. What would I be a shill for, though? Because don't you have to be making money to be a shill? Like if you're doing like something in entertainment, like what would you shill for? I'm genuinely curious about that. I won't get offended. I have a very thick skin, by the way. You're not going to offend me. Yeah, I agree with Clutch Canuck. First shot was worse than the second. I can't say I agree because I haven't gotten my second shot yet, but that first shot fucking kicked my ass. I was tired. I was nauseous. I was like slightly dizzy. And my arm killed me the next day. And then I get my second in mid-May. But yeah, the first one fucking... Oh, a Morrissey show? No, I'm not definitely not a Morrissey show. I'm a show... Yeah, George says, I'm a show for supporting Perry out of my own pocket. Oh, I see what you're saying. So I have friends in Hollywood, so you can cover for them or just act phony. You know what it is? I hate phony people. I hate phoniness. It's the worst quality. And I know I come off as overly opinionated, and I can probably come off like an asshole. But at least I'll say this: I'm genuine, and I'll always shoot you straight. I'll try to, at least. I hate bullshitters. I hate fucking liars. And I hate phony people. I can't be phony. I have no poker face. Again, I have no fucking poker face. I cannot mask my contempt of somebody who I don't like. And I will never shill for somebody in Hollywood. I don't care, who I'm friends with, whatever. I mean, I shit on fucking Morrissey, and I'm technically friends with him in a weird peripheral way. Is it weird that I'm associated through Perry with the founder of the Proud Boys? Yeah, that is weird, I will say. Although although Gavin is not the reason why I'm associated with Perry specifically. It's more that he turned me on to Windy City Heat, but he's not the reason. I mean, maybe in a weird way he is. But fuck, yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame where the current state of Gavin, because I think he's a very talented guy, really funny, and I just think he went down this rabbit hole that he can't come out of. But that's not lost on me. But yeah, as far as being like shill, getting back to the strip club thing. I said earlier I've never been fishing and I've never been to a strip club. It's the phoniness. It's the phoniness of the strip clubs that I can't stand. I can't stand the phoniness of it. I'm not a prude. I love naked women. I love boobs and all that stuff. But I can't pay $20 whatever for a fake looking woman to be into me for 2 minutes. I can't get into it. But at some point I'll go. It's not a hard thing. I've also never been inside a Starbucks. I've never been inside a Starbucks, which is something I don't want to buy. I got the Moderna. Chaz. And the only reason I got it is in New York is my father is a retired New York City fire captain. So the fire department, New York City Fire Department, has a thing where, at first they opened up for firefighters current, then firefighters retired, and then they opened it up to family of firefighters. So that's how I got in. And I got and I went to this old army base in Queens, right by the Throgs Neck Bridge. Very, very interesting. And it's like a training ground for the fire department. And that's where I got it. And that's where I'll get my second shot. But yeah, that's the thing with the Gavin thing. It's like Gavin's one of these. He just doubles down, even when deep down he probably there's people like this. Deep down, they can't admit fault. They can't admit I was wrong on this. They can't this was a bad move. They double down. Trump was like that. And you just double down. You can't show vulnerability. You have to to be a human being. You have to show vulnerability. Did you retire the mask? They just put a thing in the, after your vaccine, they put a thing in New York where people who are fully vaccinated can loosen up with the mask thing. But I noticed too, even walking around my neighborhood, I don't wear a fucking mask on the street unless somebody else comes by. I'll pull one out, but they'll give you a dirty look almost, oh, where's your mask? It's right here, asshole. There's nobody around me, so that's what I hate about. I'm gonna look into. Fuck, I guess I gotta look into a new, because I don't like any of the masks I have, and I gotta fly to LA. And I'm looking to get a mask. I was gonna look on Amazon, but maybe somebody here knows. Are there any breathable masks that you can wear for long stretches? Because I always pity these restaurant workers and stuff. People have to work in a kitchen or wherever you're working. You have to wear the fucking mask all the time. I'm not anti-mask by any means. I mean, I understand, its purpose, but to be on an airplane for 5.5 hours, 6 hours, it's going to be a little rough. So none of the ones I have now are going to do. So I got to find a breathable mask. Same thing for working out. I can't work out in a mask. Get a bandana. Yeah, the bandana is just, I feel it's too, I think that restricts the breathing. I want something where I don't know, it's just more breathable. Yeah, we can get into this whole Proud Boy thing. It did start as a drink. Here's my thing with Gavin and the Proud Boys. It's it did start, because I remember when he did start it, and it was a drinking group. He wanted it to be if you ever watch All in the Family or the Honeymooners or even the Flintstones, where they have the the men's groups. They were Barney and Fred go to the Grand Poobahs, Ralph and Norton go to the Raccoon Lodge, and Archie would go to whatever lodge he was in. Every fucking show back then had some kind of men's lodge where they drink and tell stories and do whatever, and that's kind of what he wanted. And then the problem with Gavin is most of his audience were very influential millennials, 20-year-olds, and no offense to anybody in that age group, but they're very hungry for guidance, where they want to be told what to do, and when they find with certain things like that. And Gavin was just an absentee landlord in the early founding days of that group. And these other lunatics basically started doing all these things, and it became like, if it acts like a duck, walks like a duck, it's a duck. And they were like, yeah, we're gonna basically get our hair cut like Nazis, we're gonna dress like them, and you're gonna do all these things. And Gavin had no part in it. Gavin was like, oh, you guys form it, and I'll just check in later. And then they formed it. And then all these things came out, like they'd be a Facebook group, and I was in it. Like they invited me to it, and it was like, oh, can we talk about the J question? Talking about Jewish people. And I was like, wait a second. So now, and then Gavin would have to come in. Oh no, we don't do that here now. And he would clean up like months later after this is already established. He would have to come in. Oh no, we don't. Then he would start making up rules. So it's like, well, it's too late to make up rules now, Gavin. The JQ, yeah, that's what it was. Too late to make up rules now, Gavin. You should have made up the rules months ago when you said these guys can do it on their own. You were an absentee landlord. Now it's got to control. Then he would just come up with amendments after the fact. Oh no, we're not this, we're not that. Well, you kind of are, because this is the guys that are doing it. And then he would just get more involved, and I kind of stopped paying attention after a certain point. But that's where I think he what could have been a funny little bit, and a drinking group or whatever, if he was more involved in the formative stages of it, I think maybe it would have been that. But it just got great. And then and then once the group comes out that you're this this group, you're just attracting other people like that, and it's too bad. Gavin tried to do his best to rein in a very clear alt-right influence that crept into his stupid fraternity, and he lost control completely because it clearly took off without him. That is exactly right. That's what happened. And not only that, he didn't, at the time where he should have recognized that this is a big disaster and he needs to distance himself for it, he doubles down on it. It's like Mike David from Red Bar talks about it. And I had this conversation with Gavin too. I had a very similar conversation that Mike did, where Mike was like, "Hey, dude, this is getting a little weird. Look at the people in Europe." He's like, "What are you talking about? You're crazy." It's like, "This is great," and Mike was like, "No, it's not. It's really bad. Good night, Dank. I'll see you on Friday." And thanks for everything, Dank. You're a good, solid PCL contributor. And then I had a conversation with him too, because I was at one of his parties. He called it like an election party, but it was just filled with these people, and they were all just, it was just weird. And he was so drunk, but I was like, dude, this is not the bridge you want to fucking stand on. Like this, you do not want to die in this hell for these. Why? They're great guys. This is great. It's only going to get better. I'm like, no, it's not. It's not going to. And then he got, I think he got mad at me, but then I think he was so drunk he doesn't remember. But it's just, I don't know. It was just weird. And then I stopped paying attention to it. Like you'd see it in the news like anybody else. Like there would be some kind of like, then like some guys were fucking sent to jail and shit. It's like fucking crazy. Am I hesitant to smell Perry's apartment? I'm hesitant to even go to Perry's apartment. Yes, I am not looking forward to it. Yeah, I think a lot of people moved on from Compound Media right after, right after 2000, 2016. Yeah, I was at the bar with him that night when Trump won the election. Yeah, I was in the city, and it was actually actually happened to be a bar I really liked, and I went, and it was okay. It was just like it wasn't just guys. It was girls too. It was just a weird combination of it. Was just I got a weird vibe from it. It was just it was a weird thing. Yeah, the Hawaiian shirt celebration, which I did not participate in, but he has all these fucking, I don't know. At the time he had all these fucking rules of fashion and shit, and like what guys should be doing. And that's always what I thought his wheelhouse was. I don't know how anybody who knows what Compound Media is, I don't know how Compound Media still exists. I really don't. I don't know how they still go on. I don't know how they act. I don't know how they pay their people. I don't know what they make. Yeah, politics is fake and gay. I agree. It's just who fucking cares at this point? Your life isn't going to change all that much, no matter who is president. It's going to change a little bit on the margins here and there. But 4 years or 8 years, you're going to get one guy that does X, Y, and Z, and then the next guy that comes in is going to erase Z and keep X and Y, and then put something else in there, and then the guy after that is going to come in. It's like, what the fuck? My parents are obsessed with politics, and like not obsessed, but they'll watch a lot of 24-hour news and shit like that. And I just don't want to be like that. I get to just enjoy life. There's so many other things to enjoy than getting consumed with that. You watch Shark Boys Invades, just see Perry's apartment. It's going to be very different because I have this tour video that I've been saying I'm going to keep putting up on Patreon, and I am going to be putting it up, but it's so much different now. It's so like the apartment, like that's almost neat and organized compared to what it is now. And I get he is right. We got to get rid of some of the stuff in there, like the paintings and stuff. There's no way Compound can be profitable. And I know Cumia's moving to South Carolina. And are you telling me if Cumia, he can't sell, apparently, according to sources, I know where he lives too. And if you guys in New York, I'm not doxing him. It's like well known. He lives in Roslyn, in this like McMansion type place, very gaudy Sopranos-esque type mansion. And he probably pays a ton of property tax, whatever, and he's trying to sell it. I forget, somebody can correct me on what he's trying to sell for. There's been no interest whatsoever that I know of. But let's say he does move down to South Carolina, and are you going to tell me that he's still going to pay the expense of keeping that studio open in Manhattan? He has prime midtown real estate, and I call it a studio. It's just it's an office that it's this big room that they did a fairly decent job comparing it to a studio. If you've ever been in there, or at least seen the layout, it's but the rent that they're paying is fucking enormous. So there's no fucking way that he's going to be footing the bill for that. So all those people that do the Compound shows, like the Genos and the Chrissy Mars and God, who's that idiot that does it in the morning? I don't even remember, that took over the old Gavin slot. I don't remember his name. The one that does it with that other fucking woman. I don't know their name. Bill Schultz. Like they either are going to be doing shows from home, or they're not going to the studio. And like, what do they get paid? They don't get paid that much either. Because remember, Gavin told me he got paid $200 a show. $200 a show. That's what they were paying. That's what the thing. And he offered me one time to guest host the show when he was taking he was like, oh, do you want to guest host? And I was like, yeah, I'll look at that. I was like, he's like, oh, I can get you $100. I was like, fucking $100. That's not even. I'm not doing. I work enough for free. I'm not doing that. And plus, it was at that time, it had already shifted to a political thing, And I figured if I was going to do that, I didn't want to be like, it's bad enough that you can fucking Google me and see a ball gag in my mouth, from the JQA thing. I didn't want to be Googled and think of me as some like far right pundit or something like that, which I didn't want to do. So it never happened. But it's fucking ridiculous. Like, so I don't know. I don't see how that's going to happen. I don't see how that's going to survive. Did you saw fucking Chrissy Moore at Belmont? Oh, she ran. I thought that's how late it is. I'm tired. She ran third in the eighth. Yeah, of course. Jesus, I should have saw that fucking joke hailing a cab down Broadway, but it's late. Why don't we go to 8 hours on the dot? So that's gives us 12 minutes. I like to eat. I like to end the streams on an even number, like when I'm filling up my gas tank. I have to get the gas to like an even number. Like it can't end on 29:34. I have to push it to 30. Are they doing Jackass 4? I guess they're. Oh right, yeah. I don't like that Bam Margera. I think Bam Margera's a fucking ass. I'm glad he's not part of fucking Jack. I mean, God, he's just such a. All those reality shows that came out in like the mid 2000s really did the stars a huge disservice, because you just see what fucking fools they are, and I thought that was one of them. Keith the Cop is an incompetent flatfoot with no business running. Yeah, well, he doesn't run it anymore. Keith doesn't. He left Compound. He does some kind of boat thing now. I thought all the Jackass movies have been funny, so we'll see. Not consistent, like not like the whole thing, but like there's. I mean, I it's like the first Borat movie. I remember laughing my ass off when I saw that in the theater for the first time. The first Jackass movie, watching that in a movie theater, fucking unreal. You can never replicate that now, because if you see it at home, that's what elevates a really good comedy. If you see it in the theater and you see it in a crowded theater and you think it's funny, and everybody else in the theater also thinks it's funny, and you're all laughing at it, it's great. But I haven't seen a comedy in a movie theater in a long time. I never saw Bruno. I've seen clips of it, but I've never seen it. Nice Guys, was that the one I was talking about a couple of weeks ago? Was that the one with Will Ferrell and what's his name? Fucking Mark Wahlberg. Yeah, Borat 2 is fucking garbage. Horrible. Yeah, Simpsons movie in the theater was great. That was a nice experience. That was a good time too, because you can go to 7-Eleven and they had the Duff beer and stuff. And Simpsons wasn't as good at that point, but it wasn't as bad as it is now. But Simpsons was still. It was still something there. It wasn't like as I don't know. Simpsons now. I mean, I don't watch The Simpsons. There could be, like, there has to be one or two good episodes a season, you would think, but maybe there's not. I haven't seen it. I've not watched a new Simpsons episode in ages. Yeah, I'd say The Simpsons died pretty much when Phil Hartman died. So 98, 99. But the show, I think, was still good up at whatever the season is. Maybe it's the 10th season. Whatever the season is in the 2000, like, the year 2000, 2000 into 2001, I think is the last classically good Simpsons season, and after that, I think it was a steady decline. But I can't speak with any authority, because I have not watched it. I have not seen a new episode of The Simpsons in years. Stiffy Siffy. TomB, I was up last night vomiting. Just got home from a long day at work, and you're still going. Great work, bro. Wow. Thank you, first of all. And what were you vomiting from? Was it self-induced? Are you sick? Was it drinking? I agree with Hero. He says South Park released 2 of their best episodes ever recently, especially the pandemic special. Fucking great. And the shit that they get away with, fucking shit that South Park gets away with, it's unbelievable. Especially as far left as Comedy Central is, you know, how they still do it. When Conan O'Brien stopped writing for The Simpsons, it turned to shit. Well, yeah, he stopped writing pretty early on, but that's the thing. You get to the writers, it's like now, and this is with all writers. This is with all writers, whether it's a TV or whatever. You got to realize that the people writing this are younger than you in a way, and especially the writers of The Simpsons. They're basically trying to. It's like a bad cover band. They're basically trying to emulate what made The Simpsons great, but they don't have the talent. They don't have the skill. They don't have the that magical combination of writers that they had contributing to The Simpsons in the 90s. I don't know who the writers are now. I'm just spitballing, but they just don't have it. But even like any article you read is written by a 20-year-old moron. You know, it's what, you can't read entertainment journalism. And I used to be an entertainment journalist. I used to write for magazines and shit. And once you get to a certain age, because print media is such in the toilet, they put you out to pasture, and they'll just hire in. It's like outsourcing. Then they do, okay, well, let's just get some 20-year-old to write this, and you're reading a big long article in Entertainment Weekly. Let's say, I'm making that up. I don't read Entertainment Weekly. Like, oh, let's read the new Bond movies coming out. Let's read a whole dissection of all the Bond movies. You're reading something written by a 20-something-year-old who's probably seen 3 James Bond movies. And that's what you got to realize when you're reading anything, any article, just about, unless it's some seasoned veteran, which is rare. You're reading the words of an idiot, and you really have to realize that. And that's why YouTube is so great, and all these streaming things are great, because now it's like you just have, there's a lot of voices out there, but you can find someone that shoots it real, and maybe is more engaging in delivering the news or the content that you want, that isn't prepackaged by the gods of media. So Clutch Canuck says South Park ages well because they attack everyone. I agree. You don't want to show your hand politically in comedy. And Simpsons went full SJW. Now, do you mean that in the content, or the fact that they I know the voice cast, like Hank Azaria won't do a poo anymore because it's like misappropriation, which is such bullshit. Is that what you mean, or is actually the content of the episodes? SJW as well. And I also appreciate people that just don't give a fuck. I feel like Matt and Trey don't give a fuck, and by the way, they don't need to do this either. They're like fucking insanely rich just from the Broadway play, just from Book of Mormon, just from the fucking Book of Mormon. They don't need South Park, So they don't give a. They're not desperate to keep the network. Like, keep us on another year. They're like, so they have this attitude about them that I love. Disagree with South Park. Love that Matt and Trey are still the main writers. I still like the show, but comedy just doesn't hit like it used to. I'm so bored with Integrity Farm. I agree with that. I'm kind of over the Integrity Farm thing. That's run its course. I just went classic Butters and Cartman. Yeah, I get that. I could see your argument. Millennials have grown up with cultural dog shit and have no perspective, hence why all media being brought out these days. I think that's a very, very good point. And I've said that too. I feel like Tom hates studio but likes making fun but enjoys being fun. I don't know what that means. But to Slug's point about millennials, I think that's true, and I know millennials get unfairly shit on, and not all millennials are cut from the same cloth. But I think with media, you are what your influences are, whether it's the movies you grew up watching, the TV shows you grew up with, the music you listen to. I think it all carries over if you're going to be doing anything, if you're endeavoring anything creative. And I relate it to just it's kind of internet culture, and it's kind of like YouTube culture or whatever. And I remember me growing up, and I grew up in the 80s, late 70s, I guess you could say, but you didn't have much options, and you were exposed to a lot of stuff that came before you. Whereas now, I think young people have a tendency to thumb their nose to anything black and white, or anything. Oh, that's an old show. Like there's people they'll think like Seinfeld is old, and they've never seen it or don't want to see it. It's not new. They don't listen to albums. They don't listen to music. And I grew up in New York. You had a couple of channels. You had the networks, and then you had a couple of local stations, and that's what you had. And during the day, I'd see I Love Lucy reruns. I would watch The Honeymooners, and I knew that was funny. And I knew I didn't have to. Did I look for tree and dumpster porn? Yes. You just respected things as funny. I found things funny. I didn't know what reruns were really. I knew what they were. I knew what I was watching was old, but it didn't process with me. And so I'd watch The Odd Couple, even though I knew it wasn't new, or whatever. And you have those influences, and you respect them. It's like I wasn't around in the 1950s, but I respect The Honeymooners. I respect I Love Lucy. I respect these things, and I feel like people now that grow up at a certain age, you don't have that respect for prior things. Because you're not exposed to it. You're not forced to watch it. Right, Laurel and Hardy is way more entertaining to watch than any modern sitcom. Right, but I know Laurel and Hardy because Channel 11 here in New York would run them on Sunday mornings. The same with Abbott and Costello, because I didn't have anything else to watch. I didn't even have a VCR. This is sounding very back in my day bullshit, but now, and who can blame them really? If you're growing up in an era where you can just watch whatever you want at any time. Like kids, they don't fucking watch TV. There's no Saturday morning cartoons anymore. It doesn't exist because you have apps, and you have on demand and things, and you can curate what you watch. Now I think curating and watching whatever you want to watch is great for our age, because we can watch whatever we want to watch, and we have a vast library of things that we like. But I think it limits you when you're younger. I wouldn't want to be. People say, don't you wish you could be, I mean, I'm not that age where you say you have to be younger, but, no, I love my age. I love when I grew up. I love, and I feel like I grew into technology. The internet came at the right time for me. I was pretty much an adult I just maybe turned 21 when the internet was a major flowing thing, and I wouldn't have wanted to grow up with the internet because I'd be a different person and I'd have different influences. And I think your influences are very important, whether it's comedy, whether it's entertainment, whatever else it is. And I just think that now you have all these options. Fuck, it's just completely different. It's just different. And you're not gonna watch. You're not gonna, if you find a young person that knows some old show or some old comedian or some old movie, whatever. I give them a lot of credit because they had to go out of their way to find that, or have some relative to show them. It's like music. It's maybe you have a cool relative that'll give you a David Bowie record and you'll listen to decent music, but. But anyway, I know there's a lot of millennials that follow, so I don't want to shit on millennials. Big Mike and Logan Paul are your Laurel and Hardy. Fuck, can you imagine? That's actually true to a lot of people. Can you fucking imagine that? God damn. I got to be honest. Jesus Christ mentioned Three Stooges. I never got into this. I never liked the Three Stooges. I think Laurel and Hardy run circles around the big Stooges. The Three Stooges. I just never got into them. I understand, their cultural significance and everything. I just can't get into it. It's very, I don't know, lowbrow versus the highbrow of Laurel and Hardy, maybe. The reason my mom, I'm reading this little stinker, the reason my mom moved to New York City was because her brothers kept sending her Cramps records. Back to the family farm in Nebraska, that's cool. Ethan and Gila are here. A show of hands, how many, I see this throughout the stream, a lot of low-key Red Bar references. How many people are active Red Bar listeners and fans of the people that are left? One, you are. Two, either you don't listen or don't know about Red Bar. I'm just curious because it just comes up a lot, and I feel like when I talk about it, I don't know if I'm talking to a narrow audience or not. But there's a lot of references. Whether or not I turned you on to it or you've been listening for years. Two, but we'll start. Okay. 1.5. It's mixed. Yeah, I just feel like there's a heavy crossover with the Red Bar. I don't know. Yeah, he says you're narrow because you don't know current comedians. I don't know current comedians either. I mean, I wouldn't know who Josh Denny is if I didn't listen to Red Bar. I wouldn't. I don't know who half those people are. Even all those, like a Joey Diaz guy. Don't know him outside of Red Bar. Don't know him. Chris D'Elia. Don't know him. Never. He does. There's certain people I always say I always somebody will bring somebody up to me oh, he doesn't exist in my universe. He does not exist to me because he's not in my he does not in my universe. But now these people are because of. I hear that. My little thing is my media consumption is too full to add something new. That's how I feel about most things. It takes a lot for me. I don't remember the last time I listened to I watched a new show or something like that. I just don't know that. No, Red Bar is on iTunes. If you go to the redbarradio.net, they have the links to the iTunes. I don't know if it's searchable on iTunes, but it is on iTunes. I'm surprised, Alice, the effing cat, as well as I know you. It's just, I feel like Red Bar is tailor-made for you and your sensibilities. I'm surprised that you're not completely consumed with it. Because you and I are a lot alike in that respect. Yeah, Shane Gillis, another name I wouldn't know. But anyway, tomorrow should be really good for Red Bar because it's going to be this Joe Matarese expose or something like it. Because there's this YouTube channel, Porcelain, does documentaries on bad comedians, and just did his third one on Joe Matarese, and it's great. It's very well done, very well produced, and he. And then if you go into the Facebook group for Red Bar, it's people just screenshotting Joe's response to it, this was very hurtful. He's so bad. It's basically Joe Matarese is like a normal Perry because he's this dumb. Not that I'm shitting on Perry, but I'm just drawing a parallel. He's like this dumb Italian guy, and I'm not shitting on Italians either. Oh yeah, I saw fucking Halloween. You kidding me? That was great. who's delusional and thinks he's this comedian, but he's not. He's awful. Joe Matarese is awful, and he's been struggling along for like 30 years, trying to be. Have you ever seen Goodfellas? He's trying to be this famous comedian that he's just not, and but Perry's more successful. Perry is more successful than Joe Matarese. Fuck, I'm more successful. Fucking Joe Matarese would not have, over 200 people tuned in at fucking 4 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast. There's no fucking way. I don't know too much Kevin Brennan. I only know Kevin Brennan from Red Bar as well. But there was Porcelain did a documentary on Kevin Brennan too. It was like, what is it called? It was, I haven't seen it, but it was, had a great name to it. So this guy Porcelain, he's this English guy, and he just does these documentaries. He did a documentary on Gavin too. Can I play a clip? Maybe I can. Let me see. Let me see if I can play that. Hero, can you private message me that link? For some reason I can't copy it in the chat, but I should be able to pull it up. Hopefully. But anyway, the documentaries are very funny, and there was one on Kevin Brennan I haven't seen, but it was like the almost comedian. I think it was called The Almost Comedian. I'll get the right. Yeah, there's a bunch of Joe Matarese documentaries. I'm just pulling up the channel here. It's just Porcelain on YouTube, Porsalin, and the Kevin Brennan interview, almost famous, a Kevin Brennan documentary. So I haven't seen that because I just don't. I'm not that invested in Kevin Brennan. I don't really know him, but he interviewed him, right? He's allegedly Porcelain's interviewing Joe Matarese too. So that should be funny because Joe's so fucking. You almost feel sorry for him. He's one of those fools where you almost feel sorry for him. But I say almost because you don't really, because he does it to himself. He's just the lack of self-awareness. That's the thing with all these guys. The lack of self-awareness is killer. Can we talk about an overrated Italian comedian, Sebastian Maniscalco? One of the unfunniest people to ever get. I agree with you there. Ooh, brutal. Okay, let me check this. I think what I have to do, if I'm going to play a clip, is rip it and then load it in. So let me just see if I can do this quick. Talks amongst yourselves for 1 second. Okay. Let me see. I'll see if I can play in the browser. The browser in Streamlabs is not that great. I still got Perry's Wikipedia up, which I wasn't planning on doing. That's why it took a long time. Okay, so I got this video. I don't know how this is gonna look. Let's try the reaction scene. Oh no, wait. Hold on. I got a new scene here I can work with. Fuck. I think I have to load it in. Give me a minute. Oh, okay. I can do this. If we can live with this window, I can do this. You ready? It's not the best sizing, but if we can live with this. But I like when Perry's like, go up, go up, go up, go down, and he was like opposites. All right, let's play this.
Have you got it? Those your dogs? Those your dogs?
Don't play games, stupid.
I'm not playing games with you, homeboy. Are those your dogs? Are those your dogs?
Oh, I've seen this guy.
Not mine. I'm gonna tell that one.
Are those your
Don't
dogs?
say it again.
Are those your dogs?
Dude, I'm telling you, don't say it again.
Are those your dogs?
Come on. Let's chill, man. Let's
Get out of here, pussy boy.
Dude, stop pissing him off, man. Why are you pissing him off?
See you, coward. Look at that pussy walking away. Bitch. Get him. Shit! Whoa. Calm down, man. Hey.
Stop calling me a bitch.
I didn't call
I'll
you.
bust your fucking head.
Calm down.
Tough guy.
Calm down. You dropped your dogs.
Relax.
You dropped your dogs, man.
All right.
Why are you throwing your dogs at me? That's your dog.
Go ahead.
Dude, come on. It's not what? Good man.
This guy's insane. Let me get in here real quick. Unlock the door.
No, don't get in.
No, get in. What's going on, man? Your hot dogs are over here, man.
Drive by and throw him at him.
Go. Get the fuck out of here. The guy had skeletons tattooed on his hands.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow, we're doing bum fights.
That's funny. I remember saying that.
Welcome to Time Travel Tuesday,
Shut up, Tommy.
where I discuss things about my past.
I bet you do. Where's my ending scene? Here we go. Yeah. Okay. So last year, Chris, remember when we saw that midget comedian at the Comedy Store last year? Yeah, we were there for the debate, and it was Brad Williams who was right at the height of that Me Too accusation. I think it was either right around it or right before it, and he was sitting at the thing. And yeah, it's still one of my biggest regrets that we didn't pursue that a little heavier. Although I remember you going up to Tony pretty hard, but we didn't record anything. I think that would have been a great spy report for Red Bar if we really would have confronted Brad Williams. He was sitting right at that table behind us. Hero was there too. And it was Brad Williams, and he was like the spotlight right then. Yeah, he was sitting right there. And I think right at the time, it was like that story. Fuck, I can't tell it right now, but it was like it was right after his daughter's birthday. Yeah, it was like right around that time where it was like all those DRPs were so fucking gross too because they were on that disgusting fucking carpet. But whatever, it was a laugh. But anyway, yeah. So Brad Williams was outside, and it was like a Sunday night. I think it was the night before the debate, and we were just kind of hanging outside, having a couple of drinks. Yeah, the Mencia rape story, and it was like there's Brad Williams. And by the time we had agreed that maybe we would say something, he had got up and left, and then he drove out. Yeah, we totally fucked that up. I'm gonna blame you on that though. and then Christian was going up to Tony and just calling him the lobster. He was like, "Hey, lobster." It was like right then. And then we were doing Kill Tony the next day. Oh man, yeah, the switcheroo. So yeah, it was like we were right there. It was, and I think like it was such a current thing anyway. Whatever, you live and you learn. But you're like off Facebook, right? Like, so you, I think you were telling me that you weren't as current with things, or you were too, not scared, but you were like weary of sending shit to Mike or something. Do you think I need an outro for Perry? You think we need an outro? I don't know, because it doesn't, like, it's hard. It's like, I feel like you never know when the streams are over. I knew it was a good out tonight because he shut down, but usually you don't know. I know I've answered this. How to get involved with Perry? Were you just a fan like us? Yes and no. I was a fan, but also I had a pre-existing relationship. Clint, set up a fucking a Facebook account just to at least. I know Facebook is fucking horrible, but there's a couple of good things. I think the Perry Caravello Live Facebook group is great. I think Big Three Fan Club Facebook group is good, and Red Bar Facebook group is fantastic. Did I miss? Yeah, I missed the Barris funeral because it was such a last minute thing. It was like it came together really fast, and I just couldn't make it out. I couldn't justify the flight, and I couldn't justify just the expense of it. But I have somebody I trust really well that looked after Perry for that, and I was there, like, via phone or whatever and everything else. But yeah, I couldn't do that because it was like, I think that came together within a week, to be honest with you, from what I remember. This is the closest to being online. Okay, so Clint, let me ask you this, and I'm having a private conversation with somebody I actually know. How did you even find out that Perry was doing streams if you're not online, if you're kind of disconnected from Facebook and everything? How did you find out that Perry... Because it's funny, I was going to text you, actually, and be like, hey, did you know that Perry is doing streams, or, whatever. How did you even find out about this? I'd be curious to know. Yeah, it's funny, if I see like a fucking Facebook post from like a real Facebook post on my actual timeline, it's by accident. I only use it for groups, a couple of groups I go to. Yeah, well, I'm coming. Are you in LA? Because I'm coming there next month with Perry, because we're doing a thing with Adult Swim. So, yeah, I don't know where to hang out in LA. Certainly not going to the Comedy Store. But yeah, let's grab a drink when it's sometime next month, like late May, early June. I'll be in LA. Hopefully not for long. Oh, you stumbled upon it on YouTube. Crazy. That's wow. Were you like shocked? Like, wow, what's going on? So a lot of people, so Chaz also says he found out way after the fact, like a month and a half ago. You're not on Facebook either. Yeah, I always wonder if you don't follow Perry on Instagram or I thought you were in Arizona. Okay, well don't make a fucking trip for that. I'll be back probably in the fall to set things up for him. But I'll text you anyway. But I don't even know. I don't even know what's the fucking deal in LA. Do I know Randy Callahan personally? No, but I have spoken to him. Not on the phone, but like email. Halloween is on a Sunday this year. The stream is going to be a classic. Yeah, I think holidays take a different turn now, because when we first started these streams, we would plan it around like we'd have one official stream, quote unquote, per month, and it would always be based around a holiday. And it was that because Perry was still a Jehovah's Witness and anti-holiday, and it was kind of interesting. But now that he's not, I wonder how he feels about Halloween. I'll be curious to see how he feels about Halloween this coming year. Is he going to call it pagan and satanic? Tommy being fun, man, but come on, not the same. Sober up, dude. I could use a drink, to be honest with you. Randy or Linda on the stream? Well, I think there's a much better chance of Linda. I think if Randy goes on anything, it should be a big 3 thing. And I don't know if that will ever happen, but I don't know. But Linda, I do want to talk to about the cat thing. I think we broke ground tonight though on the stream, because he admits that there is room for error. There's room for doubt. There's reasonable doubt in this cat case, and even Perry admitted that. And I knew my theory was pretty good, and I think I wore him down a little bit. Yeah, so the other day when I checked Perry's Wikipedia, it actually said, I had no idea that Perry's Wikipedia was that fucking out of control. Like, I had no idea. He was contacting me today via text, blowing my phone up about Wikipedia, and I was like, Wikipedia? And it always puts an antenna up on me, like, who told him about Wikipedia? Like he wouldn't just go there on his own, but I guess he did. He just went there for some other reason and looked himself up and saw this. I had no idea it was that fucking crazy. So I'm gonna have to actually take some action on that, because I just can't, especially now with things taking off like this. I can't have his Wikipedia being that fucking ridiculous. And there's that, and having that like fake website, and there's that fake website like Real Scary Perry, I forget, and the guy who runs it's very cool, and he's actually said to me like, oh, should I take this down? I'm at the point now like, yeah, you probably should, because it's like even Adult Swim contacted this fake website to get in touch with me, because they didn't know any better. So it's probably not doing us any services. Oh, so here it says there was updates today. Yeah, I mean that's Wikipedia for you, but it's just insane. Very fudge caramel. I will say this about the name thing. I really think the Francis thing is interesting, because I hate the last name thing. Like, and not hate, but I just don't think I think it's run its course. Like, last name starts with a K or Caramello, because he doesn't get as upset with it. And also it's problematic for me now that he's a brand. If somebody wants to search Perry Caravello, even on YouTube, you gotta search it in every fucking variation. You gotta search Caravello with a K. You gotta search Caramello, Caramel, all these things, and it kind of screws things up. But the middle name doesn't do that. The middle name doesn't have any of those effects. And also, he gets so hot about the Francis thing, which is ridiculous. So I do think that's interesting. Linda sounds like a real skank. Wouldn't surprise me if she wanted the cats disappeared. She doesn't sound like a good person, does she? She doesn't sound like a nice lady. She doesn't sound like a good, a decent human being. She sounds like a terrible person, from all that I've heard. But hey, she was a penthouse pet in 1987. That's all that matters to Perry. I think it's Frank, because he did send me, somebody says, is it Francis or Frank? I do think it's Frank, because he did send me a birth certificate today. And it said Frank, which I was surprised at. I actually thought it would say Francis. You're out, Clint? Yeah, I think I'm out too. I know I said I was going to go 8. I'm going to go 3 more minutes until 8:30, and I'm going to pay attention to the time this time. Yeah, I want to bring other voices into the chat. I don't know how we're going to do that, but I want to figure out a way to get, either we'll do it with phone calls or Skype. I think we could do Skype, because I can dial. I can get Skype on this. That's how Perry gets dialed in, Skype. So we can do Skype. If it's just audio, it doesn't have to be video. It can be audio. I'll get video eventually when I get the move settled. How did Perry accidentally send me a dick pic? Well, it's something you would ask him. Yeah, Discord would work, but then we're not on the stream, I won't. It actually looks good for the channel when we stream this long, for partnership purposes. So that's not lost on me too. When people see how long we've streamed for and how many people are still around, I mean, still, still got decent numbers at this hour, which is crazy. But yeah, can you do Discord and then you want to call in now? You can call in now. I mean, I don't know. I gotta figure out. Can you work in Discord to work with Streamlabs? This is what I use to broadcast. That's what I gotta get figured out. Well, I'm not against doing it on the Discord, but I do like having the stream going too, so anybody can kind of jump in. Discord is kind of like a closed off thing. 24-hour stream on 12/12/21, that could happen. I would like to do a 24-hour stream. 24-hour stream is something we'd have to do in shifts. I think the moderators would have to do it in shifts. I think I would have to do it in shifts. There's no way I could do it for 24. I mean, I think I could take like a 2-hour nap, have Perry handled by somebody else for that 2 hours, and I come back. Maybe Perry takes a little nap. Maybe we see it. I don't know how it would work, but I would like to do the 24-hour stream. But let's figure out the call for next time. Let's do that maybe Friday. Friday should be okay. What's the story behind Blue Iris? I have no fucking idea. The only thing I knew about Blue Iris is she was on the Stern Show. I never knew her from any. I was actually shocked when she had that thing with Perry, because I didn't make that connection. That's not my world. We can do a clip show for his nap. Yeah, we can do something. Can I be at Perry's for the 24-hour stream? Yeah. I would like to. Look, we did 10 and a half hours on New Year's Eve. So that's almost halfway there. We can do it. Boy, that's a deep... is it possible for Perry not to beat off for 24 hours? That is not a question I can answer. I know my limitations. But why don't we wrap up? And let's Clint, if you seriously want to just call me, you can. I'll put you on speaker. We'll chat for a couple minutes just to test this out. Other than that, I think I've reached my limit. No, it's a time of night where I'm getting Perry beat off questions. Then you know it's closing time when you start hearing that. What's my vision for the stream in the next 3 months? Man, that's a good question. I don't know. Probably more viewers, different things, coming in and out. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I want to get them out in the world a little bit, when things clean up, when things clear up. Do another mobile Monday or mobile whatever day. All right, Clint, yeah, we'll do that. Let's do that. Well, so the schedule, right? So we're doing Sunday. I think going forward we'll do Sunday, Wednesday, Friday. So maybe Friday. Give me a call. We'll do some kind of fucking thing, because I just feel like it's weird for me to just talk and read. I'd like to have some back and forth conversation. So that'd be cool. Hey, John Doerr, thanks. I didn't realize you were here. John's a fucking longtime fan. Fucking hardcore Perry fan. These are life-changing, I doubt that. I haven't got a P update. Somebody texted me. I think he might have been asleep. I don't have a P update from the last one I read. Trevor stream. I am gonna get in touch with Trevor at some point. Trevor seems like he'd be down. Yeah. Here to answer your question, John wrote that he said, "Night, Tom. Thanks. These are life-changing." So that it looked like it's him. It's John Jon, not John. Really a talented guy, John Doerr. I think Perry's fast asleep at this point. All right, so last call. We'll finish our movie discussion on another stream. Fuck! I went past my window again. I wanted to end at 8:33. And 8:30 now. It's 8:33. Thanks, Brendan. I appreciate that. Brendan's from Canada. Brendan, you got called on Sunday, right? Perry called you on Sunday? I don't remember you being shitty, Gary. Did you say something shitty? And like I said, I have a thick skin. If you said something shitty, it didn't bother me. John Cena music for TomB. Which one? Which John Cena music? I haven't really been checked into wrestling in a long time. I did like it when John Cena was heel, though. I thought that was an interesting phase. Not that I'm not a wrestling fanatic by any means, but I have a good friend who is. So I always like check. Once in a while I'll have a conversation like, hey, what's going on with wrestling? And now I'm at the point where I don't know anybody, so it's not even worth getting into. But how did my Irish funeral stuff go? Well, it wasn't an Irish funeral, but it was just a day of processing shit. Monday. So for those that don't know, I had a situation to deal with where a friend of mine in Ireland had an aunt who lived in Manhattan, who passed away, unfortunately. She was found by police who had to break down her door, and they don't know anybody here, so I've been their contact person to kind of settle her affairs and stuff. So on Monday morning, I had to go to the funeral home in the city and identify the body, which was brutal. But it was, by photograph. They didn't see the actual body, but she definitely had been out for a while before she was found. So it was. I'm glad, and honestly, on that, I'm glad that I could do that, and the family didn't have to see that photo. Because if it was my loved one, that would have left a scarring mark on me. But I was able to. I was able to take care of that. And then, I had to go to the bank, I had to pay for the fee, and then I had to go to the 13th precinct in Manhattan to try to find somebody to help me to get access to the apartment. Then I had to go down to downtown to Chambers Street to get, they call it the surrogate's court, where you got to get a court order just to give to the police. It was a whole fucking thing. So it was all day. It was all day in traffic. And I miss the thing in this time last year where you can just drive everywhere with no traffic because nobody was on the road. Those days are over. New York, I'm sure other parts of the country and the world are similar, where for a long time it felt like, wow, from where I am, I can get into the city in 20 minutes driving. There is nobody on the road. Not the case anymore. It was like crazy traffic, pain in the ass driving around the city. So it was, and I didn't have a ton of sleep the night before, because we were doing this, but also, it was just hard for me to fall asleep. So anyway, I forget how much sleep I had, but I was just, by the time I got home, it was like 5 p.m, and I was dead. I was in bed record time last night. I'm usually somewhat of a late night person, but I was in bed at 8 p.m. last night. I was just fried, done. My body shut down. But so I still got to do a lot of other stuff. I still got to get the court thing settled, and then when it's interesting to know if you're ever in this situation, because I've never dealt with this. Now I can write a fucking handbook on it. But if you're ever in a situation, so you have to get where the police break down a door to get into somebody's apartment to because there's claims that somebody died inside. So you get a court order, and what the court allows you to do is to go into the apartment under a police escort and you're only allowed to take out the will, and maybe the other thing I want to get is a phone book, and then because you're not allowed to take out any valuables or anything like that for the family, so that comes at a later time once the will is read and all that stuff. So it's still a process, but the hard part's over, which is getting the bodies taken care of, which gave the family some peace, and I would hope that somebody would do that for me if I was in the same situation. But Jesus Christ, this pandemic Sundays were amazing. Yeah, I mean, I loved driving around this time last year. It was like fucking, you can go anywhere. Now it's back to normal. I think it's worse, actually. No, the body was at the medical examiner's office, and what you have to do and again, I've never done this before because thankfully both my parents are still alive, and I've never had to spearhead a funeral services. You go to the funeral home, and they get in communication with the hospital or the medical examiner's office, wherever the body is of the deceased, and then they're in communication, and then you come. Meaning me, I had to show that I had power of attorney, which the family in Ireland gave me through their lawyer, and I had paperwork to prove that. Then I'd show my identification, and then fill out a whole bunch of forms. It's a whole process, and then once you do that, then then you pay up front, and in this case, it was direct cremation. And there's so meaning that there's no embalming or anything like that. So it was about $1,800 cash, and then what happens is the funeral home, they take care of it. They pick up the body, they bring it back, and they do the cremation, and then they basically call you when the ashes are ready, and then you got to fill out all this documents for the death certificate. It was a whole thing. I was in there for hours. Maybe not hours, maybe like 2 hours. But that was it. So. That's a good question, Brandon. Do you have a good support system in case real life events take away me from the stream? Perry cannot do the stream without me. I think we all know that. So could he maybe? When I give him his new computer, his computer should be able to run the software. We can try it. I think I'm going to need somebody to, coach him through it. Yeah, Brendan, thank you for saying sorry I had to go through that. It's just one of those things, I feel sorry for the family. It's not somebody that I, clearly was close to, but it's just, but I'm close to my friend in Ireland who, lost his aunt, his father lost their sister, and, it's an unusual situation where somebody passed away who has no other connections. The one thing I'm a little perturbed, I'll be honest, not perturbed is not the right word, but like she was this old, and I'm very curious as to why they never reached out to me to look after her, especially this past year. I feel terrible that there was this old woman in her 80s that was sick during a pandemic, in an apartment in New York City all by herself, doesn't know anybody, has no real connections in New York, and I could have helped her out over the especially over the past year or so, just food deliveries or something like that. So I'm not going to bring it up because I don't want to add to a there's no point in bringing that up now, but I did think like why didn't you? Yeah, and I think it's an Irish thing where they don't want to impose on anybody. But I kind of felt weird, like you could have come to me and said, hey, is my aunt, she lives here, you gotta, she could use something, and I just feel like being like this old woman who and all these women came over. The story is they all came over in like the late 50s, early 60s, this whole horde of them, and they all got jobs in Manhattan, and they were this tight-knit thing, and slowly but surely over time, they all passed away, or they got married, they moved away. She was the very last one. And I just, I don't know, you think of like your mom or something like that, like people, you want somebody to look after them. Even Perry to in that extent, I think about him in like 20 years from now or something. you got to make sure somebody, people are looked after, and they can do things for themselves, especially during a fucking pandemic. So I was just, I was thinking that. Anyway, that's a sidetrack. Somebody said, "Is there a schedule for YouTube?" Unfortunately, there's not a schedule for YouTube. I'll have the next one up. It's already done. It's already uploaded. I'll put that out tomorrow. That is from Sunday 2 weeks ago, and I'm slowly but surely catching up. I've had a lot of life events happen that have taken me away from getting those out. I had some health issues, some fucking, moving, getting that whole thing situated, personal life shit, and also doing this 3 days a week. So believe me, it's of utmost importance to get those out, and I'm trying. But again, if you're on Patreon, this one will be up tomorrow. all 8 hours and 45 minutes of it. Good night, Chaz. We'll have to link up someday since you're so close. Yeah, I mean, Brandon says, don't feel terrible that you were an ass. We all live with guilt. It's not something I'm guilty of, but I definitely have heavy. We'll get into it another night, but I have some very heavy guilt things that we all carry it. We all have things, either friends or family that we've lost, where you feel like you could have done something, you could have intervened in some way, but you just live with that. Oh, that's super nice of you. Regard dingers, if you need hands to clear the place out, I'm in Jersey. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen with that, because she's obviously got furniture and shit. It's an apartment that she's lived in since I think the 1970s. So I think a lot of it's gonna get donated, and once I get in there, get the will, and that's all read, and then I have authority to go there and clear it out or whatever. Yeah, I mean, because it's a fucking primo apartment too. It's like it's in Stuyvesant Town in Manhattan, if anybody knows that area. And she didn't own it, she rented it. She probably paid nothing per month, so the owners of the building are probably super jazzed to turn that around. We all love TomB, but Perry's face when Tom is talking to him and we don't know what he is saying is priceless. There's less and less of that now. I really don't talk in his ear that much, if at all. I really don't. Those training wheels have kind of been broken. The only time I'll yell at him sometimes to if he's dozing off, sit up. And I record myself. I'm not running it now, but I record myself during the stream just in case there's times where he'll respond to me sometimes where I'm not on mic. And then I'll usually just put that in the YouTube version. I'll line it up with the stream, and I'll be like, all right, I'll put that in. I'll make a note of it, and I'll put it in. It's very OCD of me. But he'll say, what? What did you say? And then I'll just go to the recording, and I'll find the spot, and I'll be like, yeah, this is what I said. But it's usually quick direction things, sit up, shut up. Or I'll get nasty sometimes that I wouldn't feel comfortable doing on the stream. I'll be like, I'll really, you fucking idiot, stop being a baby, let's just finish this, whatever. And but now it's just not so much of that anymore, because I'm it's almost like Buckshot Kid said, I'm almost like a co-host at this point, which I never intended to be. I really didn't want it. I wanted Perry to at least appear like he was doing everything by himself, but I realized that's just not going to happen. Yeah, Little Stinker says, hold on to that if you can. My grandma still has her same rental in Stuytown when she immigrated here in the 50s. I mean, fuck, if I could, if there was some kind of way to try, I would fucking take that apartment in a second. But I'm not family. I just don't know if there's any way that I can get that, but shit. Yeah, when I said sit down, fat ass, and that's when I was really cranky and just fed up with his antics. I don't normally call him fat ass, and I don't think that's appropriate for me to be. I really try not to be nasty with him, because I don't want a new person coming into this and then tuning in and just seeing even the guy who's the director or me, we're just beating up this crazy guy. you know, or I'm just being, you know, I can't be that person. You know, I can get frustrated and say things, but I try not to be too nasty. I really try not to be, you know, mean. Just because I don't think does anybody any good. Brendan, how long does the YouTube edits normally take? It depends. It depends on shit he said. It depends on, you know, I'll write down notes. If he hasn't said anything really bad in a while, but sometimes if he says something bad, sometimes if there's a tip comment that's questionable. Like there was one that tried, the one that I did most recently from Subscriber Sunday last Sunday. There was a guy that sent in a comment that was like, say my name. I think a couple people try that, and it's usually something like, I love, you know, whatever. But this one was like trying to get him to say the N-word, which obviously he didn't say, but I didn't even want that on there, so I'll trim that. And I always go through the ring footage to see what's there. Like, even if I don't go to the ring on the stream, I'll sometimes insert it into the edits, if it's good. You know, if he's literally opening the door and picking something out, picking up something from the hallway, and he doesn't say anything, and he's just grabbing it, I probably won't use it. It's pointless. But if he's like screaming, if he's like interacting with somebody, then I'll insert that. And the thing is, as you've seen on the live streams, I can't use the ring audio on the streams because number one, it conflicts with his audio, which is temperamental, the way we have it set up, and number two, the stream audio would then would be broadcasting over the ring, so that's not good either. But I'll take the audio from the ring and I'll sync it up with the with the visuals we have, and of course, Ring's been crashing a lot lately, but the archive still works, so I'll intercut with that. I'll try to cut down on his bathroom breaks if it's just dead air. There's been less of that lately. And like Subscriber Sunday, I'll cut down on his fuddling around with the phone when he takes like an interminable amount of time to dial a phone, or you know, things like that. I'll cut to him dialing right to the ring, right to the answer. And yeah, that's kind of it. I'm trying to think, you know, and I'll try to make it interesting if there's good ring footage that after the stream ends, like when he's like throwing out his garbage and he's cursing himself, like that Mike Lindell thing I showed. Like I found that by a fucking miracle, and I'll throw that at the end, you know, and I'll balance out the sound a little bit because sometimes the you know, I'm too loud or he's too soft, or the ring audio for some reason is really loud, so I got to compress it all. It's this whole fucking thing. So it takes a long time to go through it. Oh, you did the N-word? You did the N-word comment? Yeah, let's try not to do that again. But like tonight's notes are very simple. 3 hours and 27 minutes, I wrote that there's a break. 3 hours, 24 minutes, he went to the ring camera. There was that weird comment that just said Jew tonight that he didn't respond to, but I'll probably cut that out. That's it, really. There's nothing. The rest of it is just like, sometimes I'll write down, if he's going really crazy, I'll write down like the time code and then I'll put T for thumbnail, you know, like look for a good thumbnail. But, yeah, well, guess what, Buckshot Kid, you're right. So next thing Tom's going to say, he'll get off the 9-hour mark. I think that's what I'm going to shoot for now. Yeah, it's not a good thing. It's that's the thing, is it, you're trying to get him to say the N-word. You're not trying to get him to say the N-word. You just want to see his reaction, but it's just not good. It's not good either way. And, you know, I don't trust his reaction to things like that, you know, because it's just, yeah. Well, that's a good question, but yeah, the edit, I'm actually now, I have a ton of hard drive space. I have like a ton of hard drives. I have, but I'm actually I'm actually in the process now. I have to buy like a major backup thing because the streams are, you know, they're growing in length. And fuck, yeah, I do have to get a, like, I was looking at one of those big Western Digital, like 28 terabyte drives or something. Did he dox you? He doxed your number. He doxed part of your number, right? Yeah, that's why I mute him now. I mute him now when we're doing the number thing. But yeah, and there's other things. Every stream is different. Like he could say something that I don't like, especially with the homophobia. I've been really can we call Perry again and convey another offer? That probably wouldn't go over well. I do want him to come back on Friday. Perry could say something stupid. I don't know, was it last week? He said something like, I don't trust gay people. And I cut that out because I'm just like, just shut up, stupid. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand. He doesn't, as much as I've explained to him, he doesn't quite understand. He's been better, but I really want to eliminate as much homophobia as I can, because it just doesn't do us any good. It just doesn't do us any good. I'm not going to risk, losing the channel over something stupid. I think there's a danger of that because he's mostly been pretty good. Okay, so we had 6 minutes. I'm gonna try to pay attention to the time this time. I should probably check if he's had to get up or puke again. Well, I would. You know what? I don't want to piss him off right now because I want to see what kind of Perry I get tomorrow. He hasn't written me back. No activity, which means he's either been sleeping this whole time. I just don't buy that he was throwing up. I mean, I can buy that he was hacking. 50 bucks for TomB to microwave a 5-hour energy. What do you think would happen to a 5-hour energy for 4 minutes? Do you think it would explode because it's so small? And like, what would happen? Like, I think there was things smoking in the microwave on Friday because it was probably dangerous to have a microwave things upside down. I just thought it was a funny visual, but I thought he was gonna lose his fucking mind when the microwave started smoking. Like, that was insane. That can get dangerous. And I felt like we got off easy. Like, I thought he was gonna end it right there. Like, the microwave, like there's smoke coming from the fucking microwave because he had the wolf puppet in there and then something else. And it still turned around. I think this is the 1 week anniversary of him turning around the microwave, right? Yeah, it was last Tuesday. Fuck. God, that seems... These go by so fast. Yeah, he won't buy eggs. He says he's watching his cholesterol for the next 2 weeks. That's what he said. So he's not buying any eggs. So if you guys want to do any egg stuff, there's going to have to be a delivery involved. I think how many eggs are currently tucked into credenza? I think 3, because he's never mentioned. He didn't know where the wolf puppet was tonight, so that's still in the credenza. And then the eggs, I mean, if he's not checking that drawer, I think that's where the 2 eggs are. And I know the 3rd egg is in the bottom one, because I said put that in the bottom drawer when he did that. So I believe they're still there. Undiscovered. All right, final call. Okay, we're counting down 2 minutes. I got 2 minutes left. I'm gonna go to 9 on the dot, on the button. For the I gotta say, we've never been in double digits on Twitch. We're still over 100 on Twitch, and we're 73 on Facebook. That's pretty good for this young community. PCL. Literally just, and if you're tuning into this and you don't know anything, you're literally watching some weird graphic like with a chat box in the window. So yeah, we'll eventually have to get more elaborate with this. Yeah, there's eggs in the credenza for sure. From weeks ago, there's one in the bottom drawer from weeks ago. He didn't cook the wolf puppet with the eggs in it. He did both separate. I think he put the puppet in for a while, but it started smoking. He took it out and it was like all singed and fucked up. 2-minute warning. Yeah, I'll get a camera. I have a camera. Fuck, it's just somebody else took it and has been using it. But I'll get that set up. And since I'm moving, it just doesn't make any sense for me to do a whole fucking setup now. So probably sometime in July, I'll have some kind of camera set up. So you guys can see me zonking out. No, it's not my wife stealing it, but close enough. It was just a shit, like fucking the Logi cam that came out last year, and it's the same one that Perry has. It's the Logitech Stream Cam, and it does 1080p. It's hard. It's a USB-C connection, which is weird, and there's no like interchangeable. It's fucking it's average at best. I got to get a real camera. I want to upgrade Perry's camera too. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it in time for next month, but I'd like to upgrade his camera. Just get like some better lighting in there and stuff. I have all these ambitions for his place that there's no way I'm going to be able to achieve it, cram it into one trip. I'm kidding myself doing that. Down to 30 seconds, guys. So I just want to say thank you for hanging in there, the hardcores. These have been really fun, and I really like our community a lot, and I like all the encouragement and so all the nice things. So this has been great. Thanks for hanging in. I'll go a little past 9 because I don't want to cut it off exactly on the zeros. But yeah, thanks, Alice the effing cat. I don't want to say your real name, but thank you. Thanks for hanging in. I'm not married, so I can't answer if my wife is a fan of the Perry Project, but Perry Project's a loose term, I don't feel like the streaming is grandfathered into the project, quote unquote, necessarily. I feel like it's its own thing. It's kind of like Perry's job, like Perry's day job at this point, and then everything else is separate. Thanks, Brendan. You've always been really awesome. Thank you for all the nice remarks. Thank you for all the work you do, Tom. Can't imagine how it's very time consuming. Very time consuming. I used to be somebody said OCD. I used to be far worse with OCD. I used to be ridiculous. I used to be borderline Jack Nicholson in that movie, As Good as It Gets. Well, not that bad, but I used to be. I stand before you a cured man, but I still have my little quirks. Most wives are not Perry fans, but I will say, due to the streams, I've seen a lot of women come around. A lot of women specifically come around to Perry because it's more of an easy thing to jump into the streams than it would be like, let's say, like a Big 3 podcast or something like that, because you have to that's a tough thing to come into it cold. This is easy to come into cold, which is why a lot of people come in and become fans instantly, and that's why the numbers keep going up. What am I wearing? I usually I'm wearing a t-shirt, a Superman t-shirt, and I'm wearing boxer short pajama pants, specifically pajama pants. They're like pajama pants, but they're shorts, so it's not quite boxer shorts. That's what I'm wearing. That's the faster blade. I wanted to know that. But yeah, anyway, so thanks, guys. Thanks for hanging in there, and thanks for hanging in through the rough moments of the stream. I always appreciate the backup when he gets in real heavy duty baby mode, and it's a delicate balance trying to ease him out of it. And majority of the time, you guys are very supportive of that and extremely patient too when he storms off and gets up and goes God knows where. It's amazing that our numbers really hold steady throughout when he's doing these things. you know. So I really appreciate the backup. That's what I feel like you guys are. Your girlfriend consumed every piece of Perry media. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of media. So we'll do this again on Friday. And thanks everybody for having my back. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's 5 a.m. I can sleep a little less. I can get a good 5 hours of sleep. I think. I say that, but I think. Thanks, Brendan. It's super supportive. We'll see each other on Friday. So I'm gonna click end stream now. It's your new comfy stream? That's cool. All right, I'll put this up on Patreon right away for those of you Cadenza members, if you want to revisit this. But all right, I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good night. Thanks again, and I love you guys.